Chapter 51. Sulu was shocked, but his expression didn't change. He didn't expect that this person's eyes would be so sharp that he could see through his strange sitting posture. He wasn't a professional spy, and he wasn't even a professional fugitive. He was just an ordinary young man with some talent in some areas. For some reason, he was forced to go into exile and hiding. After leaving Donglin, he kept reminding himself that he should keep a low profile and be inconspicuous. But after all, he hadn't received professional training, so there were always some problems in inappropriate places. Fortunately, with the help of the disguise chip, he didn't need to worry too much about his safety in the Federation society. After passing the airport scan, he was full of confidence. He knew that as long as no one found out about his relationship with the boss, no one would suspect him. But today was only the first day of university, and a passerby had found out about his strange behavior. Sulu was so ashamed that he had the urge to face the wall. In fact, Sulu still underestimated himself and overestimated all the passers-by in the Federation. In the Federation Society, there weren't many people like Shi Qinghai. He had studied observation in the 1st Military Academy and received 3 years of espionage training. Naturally, he had developed a completely different vision. Don't throw the cigarette, but Sulu was a little flustered, but his voice didn't tremble at all as he said seriously to Shi Qinghai. Shi Qinghai smiled and picked up the cigarette, but he had a strong interest in this little doorman. He felt that the doorman had a very wonderful feeling and was very similar to himself. It seemed that they were both keeping a big secret in their hearts. Shi Qinghai didn't want his secret to be known by others, so he didn't want to explore other people's secrets. After all, this person had nothing to do with him. Shi Qinghai looked at Sulu, yawned, leaned against the iron gate, and asked lazily, "There aren't many people in the training center now. You're still young, so I didn't expect you to like this kind of thing." Sulu could have chosen not to answer any of his questions, but first of all, that would be too strange. He did not know what this man in the suit did, and second of all, his small eyes had always been very good at judging people. In his opinion, this man in the suit was full of boredom and tiredness, and he did not have any malicious intentions. "I've never been to a body cultivation hall." Sulu shook his head and said, "What's the horse stance?" "Oh, the horse stance is the posture where your butt doesn't touch the ground. But that posture of yours is much more difficult than a normal horse stance. Don't be surprised that I know all this. You should know that I spent some time in a body cultivation hall." Shi Qinghai smiled, then extended his hand and nodded. "Shi Qinghai, government worker." Then he said in a more serious tone, "Does guarding the door for the government count as a staff member?" Sulu was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled as well. He extended his hand to shake the other party's hand and introduced himself. "Sulu, school worker, if guarding the door really counts as a proper job." The two people's hands passed through the bars of the metal gate and shook each other. A moment later, they let go. Shi Qinghai raised his eyebrows and said, "It's a bit like visiting a friend in prison." "Looks like I'm the one locked up in prison. Why not me? I'm leaving first. I'll come and chat with you when I have the chance." Shi Qinghai looked at the figure of a woman walking over from not far away. He nodded slightly at Sulu, then left the school gate with an extinguished cigarette in his left hand. After closing the heavy car door, Shi Qinghai sat on the camp bed and stared at the female student passing through the school gate on the holographic screen. He used his index finger to point at her face, which was a bit blurry due to the pixels, and said, "Keep an eye on her. I don't care why this woman called Zhang Xiaoming came back, and I don't care what she wants from Yue University. All you need to do is surround her and cut off all connections between her and any suspicious points." "Not fishing? One of the team members asked curiously, if there's really something wrong with this female student, this is a good opportunity. I'm not interested in that. Sure, Qinghai tidied up his wrinkled suit, lowered his head, and said, if we want to fish, we have to get close to her. That's the only way to ensure that we don't miss any clues. But the problem is that in our team, other than me, we all look like we've been through a lot. How are we going to pretend to be students? How about pretending to be a teacher? Another team member suggested. Sure, Qinghai raised his head, looked at him with pity, and said, if you think that your knowledge is enough to prevent you from being coaxed off the podium by the students, then you can give it a try. The team's time-sharing, monitoring, and social relations were methodically issued one order after another. The routine work of the Bureau of Investigation came to an end. Only Shi Qinghai and one of his subordinates were left in the Black Land Rover. He suddenly lowered his voice and said, help me investigate a person. His name is Su Lu. Do we need to file a record? No, I'm just interested in a personal matter. A personal matter? If there's no record, there's no way to get a secret level. I don't think we'll find anything interesting. The team member obviously thought that the person he was investigating was a woman. At this time, Su Lu did not know that Wrinkled Suit, whom he had just met, had begun to secretly investigate him. He just calmly looked at the girl in front of him, hoping that she would turn around and look at him. Unfortunately, the naked Zhang Xiaoming seemed to have a lot on her mind. She lowered her head and hugged her books as she walked out of the school gate. She didn't notice his existence at all. The night was getting late. The Federation Bureau of Investigation's Linhai State Field Office building was still brightly lit. The busy staff walked through the floors. Linhai State was one of the big states in the capital ring's S1 administrative region. Especially after the university town area was transferred to Linhai State, the area of Linhai State and the workload of the civil servants had greatly increased. The fourth section of the office was responsible for preventing the infiltration of the anti-government forces. Now that the Federation was stable, the anti-government forces had already given up on the policy of armed struggle. Under the pressure of the empire, they were negotiating cooperation with the government and officially participating in the election. The fourth section had become the most leisurely department in the entire Federation Bureau of Investigation. The most leisurely official in the most leisurely department. Sure, Qinghai wasn't going in and out of the major nightclubs in the city to flirt with beautiful women and drink liquor like his colleagues had imagined. Instead, he was sitting in his own office, staring blankly at the holographic screen in front of him. Sure, Qinghai didn't want to investigate the secret of the little gatekeeper, but he subconsciously wanted to get closer to the young man. He also had a secret in his heart that he couldn't let others know, so he had to find out whether the gatekeeper, who knew how to do the horse stance, had any kind of background. The results of the investigation quickly came out. It was a very clean file. A recently retired tunnel repairer had returned to the capital and was doing a very ordinary job. There didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. So it's a field mouse, and a very clean one at that. Sure, Qinghai smiled as he looked at the holographic screen. It's a pity that I can't find out more specific information about this guy called Su Lu, but why is it so coincidental that he came to the same university town as Zhang Xiaoming? Such an obvious loophole. It seems that he's not in the same field, but just an interesting guy. All the information of the Federation's citizens from birth was stored in the vast Federation's computer monitoring network. The most comprehensive information could be obtained through the chip at the back of their neck. However, the Federation's first charter protected the privacy of every citizen to the strictest extent. Unless the relevant department issued an application, the privacy of the citizens was strictly prohibited from being known by anyone. The spirit of the first charter had been deeply ingrained in people's hearts for countless years, so Shi Qinghai didn't find it strange. He didn't continue to investigate Su Li's relationships. His beautiful but tired face suddenly showed a trace of sadness. After a moment of silence, he threw all the information he found about Su Lu into the document processor. He believed that, for a long time, no one would investigate Su Lu again. I can finally find a blank piece of paper to draw on. Damn it, I've been lonely for so long. I need to find a playmate, right? Shi Qinghai said something that he didn't believe himself. He inserted the car remote key into the standard interface of the computer. An inconspicuous small program began to lurk in the internal network. According to Su Li's filter, from this moment on, if the Federation Investigation Bureau's field office wanted to investigate the little concierge, they couldn't hide it from him. Under the sun, Su Lu hugged the alloy steel ball casting and walked down the high stairs while panting. As he walked, he complained in his heart about the professor's discrimination against audit students. After every component class, he was responsible for returning the courseware. It had been 3 months since he came to Yue University. After paying a sponsorship fee, he finally obtained the school's audit student certificate. The school didn't mind this retired soldier who seemed to have some savings to become a member of the class. The Federation implemented a 5-hour workday. Su Lu was too lazy to look for a house in Linhai, so he simply continued to work as a concierge, which had no future. Every day, other than eagerly learning the mechanical engineering knowledge that he was interested in, he didn't have much to do. At night, he just slept in the concierge's room. As for the other old men who were responsible for guarding the door, he didn't have much contact with them. Everything seemed to have returned to the ordinary but fulfilling life in Donglin District. The only difference was that today, Su Lu didn't have a boss lying lazily on the sofa beside him. Oh, he was wrong. There was another difference, and it was the same lazy government official in front of him. Why are you here again? Su Lu saw the guy wearing a tattered, expensive suit under the stone stairs of the teaching building. His mind was in a mess, and he almost dropped the casting on his foot. Chapter 52. Su Lu had always been puzzled by this beautiful man in front of him, who had a split hairstyle and liked to smoke a 37 brand long-filter cigarette. They had only chatted for a while under the sun, but in the past few months, this man had been coming to him frequently, inviting him to drink and chat with him. But he was not a man who looked like a woman, and this man seemed to be more charming. Su Lu found it a little hard to understand the other party's persistence, but what was strange was that he didn't seem to resist interacting with this official. Perhaps it was because the other party's laziness and world-weariness was somewhat similar to that of a certain person who had passed away. Su Lu walked past him with the cast in his arms and begged for mercy in a low voice. "I vomited for a long time last night. Please forgive me. I can't hold my liquor, and I can't take it anymore. Put this broken thing down first." Shi Qinghai looked at him with a smile, his handsome face glowing under the sun. He said, "I won't drink today. I'll take you to find a woman." A woman? Su Lu opened his mouth wide and could not react for a long time. "Mr. Shi, are we that close?" Su Lu looked at him helplessly. Mr. Shi was Shi Qinghai's self-proclaimed name. This young official seemed to have always yearned for the evil feudal society of the empire. After 20 rounds of drinking in 2 months, you should be cooked, right? Apart from stones. What in the world can't be cooked? Yes, I was a soldier in Donglin. The people of the Federation have always thought that the people of Donglin are stones. Stones also need friends. Is it that simple to be friends? Of course. If you are pleasing to the eye and comfortable to get along with, you are a friend. Su Lu seemed to understand something, and nodded with a smile. Shi Qinghai very seriously pulled out the bangs on his forehead and said to him, "I'm very bored by myself. I see that in addition to working every day, you do experiments in class and eat bread in the library. You're even more bored than me. I really can't stand it, so I decided to let you see what real life is like." "Real life is a woman." "No." Shi Qinghai shook his slightly oily hair and said seriously, "It's a beauty." Beside the busiest street in Linhai, the door of the biggest nightclub, 13, was shut tight. Inside the iron gate, the rhythm of the music was constantly changing. The dazzling spotlights in the spacious venue and the dim environment did not contradict each other. The amber liquid in the open-mouthed glass on the table released an intoxicating wine aroma, mixing with the alluring perfume that pervaded the entire nightclub, weaving a charming environment. "We used to drink in taverns, so I thought you were a very simple veteran. I didn't expect you to be so familiar with this kind of place." Shi Qinghai lowered his head and looked at the wine in the glass in front of him. He seemed to be trying to distinguish how many colors would be reflected in the dim light of the wine. At this time, Su Lu was looking at the girls dancing on the bar counter in tight-fitting shorts, exposing their snow-white thighs. She tried her best to open her eyes wider, but because she was so focused, she didn't understand Shi Qinghai's words for a moment. She was stunned for a moment before she turned around and looked at Shi Qinghai. Shi Qinghai's black hair drooped on the table in front of him. He said weakly, "An 18-year-old veteran can sit so comfortably in the most expensive nightclub in Linhai, and you don't have a nosebleed looking at those beautiful girls. I don't believe that you haven't been to such a place before. I just passed the legal drinking age not long ago." Su Lu sat up straight on the sofa and said with a smile, of course, he was no stranger to nightclubs. Although he rarely went there, he had mixed with a group of orphans since he was young. Although he lived in the remote Donglin, he had developed a sense of dry and spicy temperament. Although his honest and simple face did reflect a part of his way of thinking, it more successfully concealed the natural calmness and firmness of an orphan, the decisiveness with which he did things, and the hardships and experiences that could make people calmer. "You look a little older than your actual age." Shi Qinghai raised the wine glass in his hand and signaled to a girl on the table not far away. His eyes returned to Su Li's face again, and he was silent for a moment. He had drunk with Su 23 Sierra Leonean Leone's times, and it seemed that the little concierge would get drunk at the end of each time. But the problem was, no matter how drunk he was, he didn't mention anything about the past in his drunken ramblings. This small detail made the sensitive Shi Qinghai feel strange. He didn't ask the concierge, but patiently waited for the day when the mystery would be revealed. A young official of the Federation and a college student, a concierge, were originally people from two different worlds, but Shi Qinghai wanted to be friends with him. On the one hand, it was because he was bored, and on the other hand, it was because he had a certain sense of closeness to Su Lu. And the fact that Su Lu dared to be his friend made Shi Qinghai think more highly of Su Lu. He had long found that he had underestimated Su Lu from the beginning. Although he was indeed a blank piece of paper, he was very stubborn. It was not easy to paint him with external colors. "I know you have your secrets." Shi Qinghai lazily laid down his upper body again and looked at Su Li's face across the wine glass. "I never believed that you had a goduncle who gave you a large sum of money, enough for you to sit in first class luxuriously. But don't worry, you are not a government official, and no one will be interested in investigating you. You are interested in me, aren't you?" Su Lu looked at him and said after a moment of silence, "If you didn't insist on asking me these things, maybe I wouldn't have talked to you. After all, you and I are from two different worlds." "I don't know which world you are from." To be exact, I don't even know which world I am from. Shi Qinghai glanced at him mockingly, drank all the wine in the cup, and said, I just find you pleasing to the eye, that's all. By the way, you will pay for today's wine. This month's bonus has not been paid yet, so you have to pay for it. Su Lu carefully looked at the label of the wine bottle on the table. After drinking for a period of time, he could roughly tell the price of this bottle of wine. Although it was a little expensive, it was not that he could not afford it. Since the boss left him the money, he would spend it on his behalf. After all, there did not seem to be much to spend on over there. He was about to say something when he suddenly saw a group of young men and women drinking a tube of blue liquid at a table not far away. It seemed to be very tasty. What is that? Should we try one? Su Lu asked. A new drug, sky blue. Shi Qinghai looked at him mockingly. Do you want to try it? Su Lu shook his head. He thought that the capital planet was a bustling and scary place. He could not help but sigh when he thought that there were people who dared to take drugs in broad daylight. At that moment, another fragrant wind blew over and into Shi Qinghai's arms. He could not help but sigh again. He thought that he was a country bumpkin from a remote and underdeveloped area. He was still not used to this kind of situation. Shi Qinghai was very handsome, or rather, very beautiful. Although he often didn't wash his hair, that pair of extremely deep and charming eyes of his were always emitting electricity. Under the dim lights of the nightclub, the electricity in his eyes gradually blurred, attracting countless women. During these days of drinking, Su Lu had seen many waitresses looking at Mr. Shi with resentful eyes. Tonight, he was used to the scene of flying women pouncing on men. However, Su Lu could see that Shi Qinghai was not happy. If he was, he probably would not have asked him to drink. Shi Qinghai said that he was lonely. How could such a literary phrase come out of the mouth of a government official? Although he said that he was a gatekeeper for the government, who would believe him? However, since Shi Qinghai did not ask about his past, he did not want to ask about Shi Qinghai's background. It had been a long time since he left Donglin, but the disguised chip in his body had never malfunctioned. Su Lu could already face everything in life naturally and not always treat himself as a fugitive. It was good that he could live naturally and keep his past a secret. If he treated everything and everyone in life with vigilance and suspicion, what was the point of such a life? It was getting late. Shi Qinghai was intoxicated by the night, the beautiful women, and his friends. He mumbled something and fell asleep on the sofa. Su Lu, who had drunk more than half a bottle of strong liquor, did not feel drunk. Instead, he became slightly excited because of the alcohol. He reluctantly moved his gaze away from the beautiful women and called the waiter. He paid the bill on the card machine held respectfully in the waiter's hand and walked out of the nightclub with Shi Qinghai. This was the busiest time in the nightclub. However, Shi Qinghai and Su Lu drank too fast, so they left earlier than the others. Su Lu, who was carrying a heavy body, could not find his way in the dim light. He did not know how many people he bumped into, but he apologized profusely. He knew that under the influence of alcohol and the countless eyes of the opposite sex, a small friction could cause big trouble. After walking to the entrance of the nightclub with great difficulty, Su Lu was refreshed by the breeze in his face. However, he immediately smelled a fragrance and a sense of danger. He looked up and saw 3 expensive cars parked in front of the nightclub. About 7 or 8 people got out of the cars and walked towards the nightclub. The people walking beside them were all dressed in black. They were of average build and looked indifferent. They seemed to be bodyguards. The 2 men and 1 woman walking in the middle were dressed in bright clothes. Their temperaments were cold and reserved. The woman was wearing a short red trench coat. Her charming face carried a trace of arrogance and meanness. The two men beside her were wearing a blue suit, while the other was arrogantly wearing a student uniform. The only thing they had in common was that their eyes were looking straight ahead. They walked with the wind and did not shift their gaze at all. They were not simple people and did not walk the usual path. Su Lu did not want to block the way of such arrogant people. He quickly dragged the drunk Shi Qinghai to the side of the corridor. However, as luck would have it, when the beautiful woman in red brushed past the two of them, Shi Qinghai seemed to have smelled the perfume on her. He opened his blurry eyes and woke up. He whistled in her direction and said vaguely, "Beauty, you sprayed too much on your DVC." When they heard these two words, their footsteps stopped at the same time. The leading man smiled and turned to look at the corridor, as if he wanted to know who had the guts to flirt with his sister. There was a hint of coldness in his gentle smile. Chapter 53. DVC was a type of perfume, a very expensive perfume produced in the Bali region of the northern continent of planet S3. The annual production was extremely low, and it was impossible to come into contact with such a luxury item unless one was extremely wealthy or had an extremely high social status. Shi Qinghai had been wandering among women for the past few years. Whether it was a convenience store clerk, a lonely and bored young married woman, or a cold-looking career woman, he wanted to lift the curtain and become a guest of all of them. To be able to reach such a standard, he was naturally no stranger to women's products. Furthermore, he had indeed had a one-night stand with one or two women of high status. Therefore, even if he was drunk to the point of delirium, he could still call out the name of the DVC. Furthermore, he was extremely dissatisfied with the red-clothed woman for spraying too much. Women who could afford luxury items were naturally not simple women. To them, everything that represented money and status was not important, but style was the key. It was not important to use DVC, the key was to use it well. Saying that she sprayed it too much was like saying that she burned money to light cigarettes. It was tasteless. In the eyes of a woman of this level, being accused of having no style was the most unacceptable thing. Therefore, a flame of anger suddenly rose in her pair of charming but cold eyes. Seeing that the group of people who were walking with a swagger suddenly stopped because of Shi Qinghai's words, especially when he saw the cold smile on the leader's face, Su Li's heart unsurprisingly jumped. From a glance at the nightclub corridor from afar, he knew that these people were not simple and was afraid of provoking them. Just as he was about to walk past them, something really happened. Su Lu knew what DVC was, and he did not know how much the black cars in front of the nightclub were worth, but this did not prevent him from seeing the background of the other party and their displeasure. A bitter smile appeared on his face, and he turned his head to look at Shi Qinghai, thinking to himself that this kid was not doing it on purpose, right? It seemed that Shi Qinghai was not doing it on purpose because at this time he had fallen asleep sweetly on Su Li's shoulder. His body reeked of alcohol, and his eyelids did not even blink. Su Lu sighed in his heart and sincerely said to those people, "I'm really sorry, my friend drank too much and spoke nonsense." Su Li's appearance was very ordinary. Only his pair of straight eyebrows that were as sharp as a knife was somewhat unique. But what was very strange was that his pair of eyes that were often squinted always revealed a trustworthy expression, and his tone of voice was extremely sincere, which made it very easy for people to have a good impression of him. It was probably because of this that the little girl on the ancient clock chose to trust him without hesitation. He didn't know if his sincerity and honesty would be of any use today. The man, who was obviously the core of the group, narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked at Su Lu and paused for a moment. Suddenly he smiled. The green robe on his body was like a willow leaf in the harsh winter, like a knife. The man's, of course, of the woman of the group. The young man in the student's uniform beside them had a strange expression. He looked deeply at Su Lu, who was supporting the drunk man. No wonder the uniform looked familiar. It was the uniform of Yue University. Su Lu recognized him. This arrogant young man who dared to wear a student's uniform and enter a nightclub for entertainment was the male student who had a small conflict with him 2 months ago at the back door. Su Lu had stayed in the school for several months. After all, he had the status of a gatekeeper and auditing student, so he didn't have much interaction with the real students. However, he knew that this male student's father was a state representative of Linhai and could be considered to be born into an influential family. However, what did the other party's last glance mean? It seemed to be a warning or a reminder. Su Lu did not think too deeply about that student's gaze. He only thought that the son of a state senator was actually the follower of that pair of man and woman. It seemed that these people were indeed important people that he could not afford to offend. Looking at the man in the green suit and the woman in the red trench coat walking into the nightclub, he let out a sigh of relief. At least he did not cause any trouble. He grew up with the orphans on Zhonglo Street since he was a child. He believed in the philosophy of life that if you respect me, I will respect you back 10 times. He always thought that since Shi Qinghai had offended the other party with a slip of the tongue when he was drunk, he had already humbled himself and sincerely apologized to the other party. The other party should be appeased, and there would not be any follow-up development. But soon after, he understood the warning in the eyes of the man in the student's uniform. Only then did he realize that he was indeed a country bumpkin from a remote area. He actually naively thought that these people were so easy to deal with. Throw that drunkard into the washroom to sober up. Feed him 2 piles of feces to rinse his mouth. His mouth stinks even more than the toilet bowl. The woman in the red trench coat walked into the nightclub, coldly leaving behind a sentence. The wind at the entrance of the nightclub lifted the hem of her trench coat, revealing a pair of straight and tender legs. It was extremely pleasing to the eye, but the words that came out of her mouth were extremely cold. Hearing this sentence, Su Lu stood there in a daze, thinking that he had misheard. He couldn't understand why the other party wanted to humiliate him in such a way with just a few words. Moreover, he had already apologized. Most importantly, he could tell that the woman in red wasn't joking when she said those cold words. Her tone was calm, but there was an irresistible air to it. Su Li's heart seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar. Only now did he realize that the attitudes of different social classes towards each other were completely different. In the face of the other party's strength, he who was at the bottom should have felt angry. He was indeed angry, but what he felt more was a kind of helpless sorrow. He looked at the back of the woman in the red and said with a last glimmer of hope, "I apologize to you on his behalf." In this world, some people never accept apologies. Even if a ladyboy knows a few bottles of perfume, he is still a ladyboy in the end. A drunkard who said the wrong thing has to pay the price. Little friend, if you want to leave safely, don't talk anymore. The slender thighs of the woman in the red windbreaker could be seen under the hem of her clothes. She did not turn around and walked deeper into the nightclub. The ladyboy she was talking about was naturally the beautiful Mr. Shi. From her words, it seemed that this woman with a strong background did not have any ill feelings towards Su Lu. The man in the blue suit patted her affectionately. He did not care about what happened behind him at all. It seemed that this kind of thing often happened to these people. Only the son of the state senator who was following them turned around and gave Su Lu a sympathetic look. He thought to himself that Sister Yuzi's mood seemed to be really gloomy recently. However, although he sympathized with the little gatekeeper at the school, he did not have the courage to speak up for him, because he knew that this pair of brother and sister always meant what they said. At the end of the corridor, the owner of the nightclub was already respectfully waiting for the arrival of this group of people with a group of people. The expression in the eyes of the man in the blue suit changed slightly. He looked ahead and said to his sister beside him, "In the future, don't be so childish. If you are really angry, don't use this kind of method. I know you have been in a bad mood recently, but you have to know that he has always disliked your temper. If his family had not asked him to go out and train, and if he had not happened to be in the same school as us, and if we had not known his identity by chance, maybe we would not have had the chance to know him at all." The woman in red raised her thin eyebrows slightly and said, "We have known each other for so many years, but he still avoids me like I am a fly. I can't take this lying down." The man in the blue suit frowned slightly. He lowered his voice and scolded seriously, "Don't forget his identity. Why would he bother to avoid you? If he doesn't want to see you, you can forget about getting close to him for the rest of your life." While speaking, this pair of brother and sister completely forgot about the matter at the end of the corridor. In their opinion, since those insignificant people made them feel a little unhappy, they should naturally pay the price and let their mood return to normal. Since they had already spoken, there would naturally be someone who would handle this matter properly. That drunkard must eat sh*T, not a mouthful less. At the entrance of the VIP aisle, this group of people gathered together with the nightclub's behind-the-scenes boss. In the face of this behind-the-scenes boss's extremely polite greeting, the man in the blue suit's expression appeared much gentler. This was because he knew that although his family's influence seemed strong, in fact, its foundation was not solid. Moreover, the military division was thousands of miles away, and its influence in Linhai was not as strong as imagined. At this time, he was in Linhai, so he had to be careful about everything and not be too arrogant. Although the other party was only a nightclub owner, being able to have such influence near the university town, he presumably was not a simple character. Of course, the so-called careful in his heart did not include the two people at the entrance of the nightclub. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the man in the blue suit suddenly frowned. This was because he found that the nightclub owner in front of him seemed to be somewhat restless, and his eyes kept glancing over his shoulder and outside. The nightclub owner noticed the change in the man's expression, and his heart thumped. Fearing that the other party would be unhappy, he asked as calmly as possible, "Is that big guy outside your subordinate?" The man in the blue suit frowned, and his heart was slightly surprised. He knew that the other party was talking about Hook. At this time, Hook was doing that thing outside the nightclub according to his sister's instructions. Hook was the brother and sister's playmate since childhood, and later became their personal bodyguard in name. He had worked hard in the first academy for 3 years, and his strength was amazing. The man in the blue suit had never thought that Hook would have any problems doing such a small thing. The group of people turned around and looked outside the nightclub. The brother and sister's faces stiffened slightly, and then immediately returned to normal. However, the brother's pupils shrank imperceptibly, and he was somewhat shocked. In a place like the nightclub, Hook had met with a tough opponent. In the open space outside the nightclub, Su Lu was holding the drunk Qinghai in his arms, vigilantly watching the big guy in front of him. A trace of blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and the big guy opposite him was not doing well either. There was a deep footprint on his chest, and he was coughing incessantly. Chapter 54. The pair of siblings left without looking back, leaving behind a cold and disdainful back view. Su Lu had already shaken off his previous anxiety and became much calmer. There were many unfairnesses in this world, and those who were born with a golden spoon in their mouths did not seem to care about the lives and dignity of others. Since that was the case, he would not apologize or plead anymore. He had done what he had to do, and he was no longer in the wrong. But what should he do next? Looking at the big guy walking towards him, Su Li's heels left the ground, and he quietly tiptoed. It was the starting position of the lower body that the uncle had taught him. At this time, Su Lu did not know that the big guy with the oppressive aura was called Hook, and he did not know that the other party was a powerful figure who had been honed in the first military academy. However, he could see that the other party was powerful because the big guy was not very strong. It was just that his frame was particularly large, and the muscles hidden under his black clothes were not very strong. In this world, there were not many people who had a deeper understanding of muscle strength than Su Lu. He could see at a glance that the big guy's bones were strong, and the muscles under his clothes were not thick. In conclusion, this big guy was a natural at close combat. More importantly, Su Li's heart was still hesitating. The shadow of his identity as a fugitive had gradually faded under the sunshine of Yue University, but in the face of today's situation, he couldn't help but think twice about it. The big guy walked in front of him, lowered his body, and said, "Get out of the way." Su Li's nose twitched, and he suddenly smelled the other party's identity as a soldier. Probably only a soldier could reveal such a stern feeling, just like the fat captain on the ancient bell. Of course, the big guy in front of him was not as oppressive as the fat captain, but he was still a very powerful figure. The siblings were not very old, and it seemed that their father was definitely a big shot in some military region. Besides the 4th military region, there were 3 other military regions in the capital ring. No matter which military region they were from, they were all people that Su Lu could only look up to. If he had a conflict with such a person, would the other party investigate him afterward and dig up the details of his identity as a fugitive? While Su Lu was still thinking, Hook, who was now the internal security officer of the 2nd Military Region's logistics department, had already arrived in front of him. He reached out his hand to grab Shi Qinghai's neck, who was in Su Li's arms. The mission he accepted was to drag this drunken transvestite to the toilet to eat shit. Other than that, he didn't have any other thoughts. The sudden attack interrupted Su Li's train of thought. At this time, he was holding Shi Qinghai in his arms. Subconsciously, he raised his left hand and placed it vertically on Hook's pulse. Hook's arm was as hard as a rock, but when his meridian was suddenly pushed, he couldn't help but feel numb. He subconsciously lowered his elbow. Su Lu didn't have time to think. He still relied on his body's instincts to step forward and block his opponent's knee. Hook exerted force and continued to lower his elbow, but because of Su Li's forearm in front of him, he couldn't do it. Hook's rock-like arm ruthlessly smashed into Su Li's left shoulder, and the tip of his elbow touched Su Li's cheek. At the same time, Su Li's left leg, which was previously pressing against his opponent's knee, suddenly bounced up and kicked his opponent's chest like a flying rock. Hook let out a muffled groan and retreated 2 meters away, coughing nonstop. From the first contact of skin to the last separation, the 2 combatants had been fighting within a very small area. They moved according to the touch of skin and the instinctive reaction of their muscles. In the blink of an eye, the fight had already ended. The soldier Hook had underestimated his opponent at the beginning, while Su Lu couldn't use his full strength because he was holding onto Shi Qinghai. Both parties were at a disadvantage, and the fight could barely be considered a draw. Hook looked at the footprint on his chest and was a little shocked. He couldn't understand how this ordinary-looking young man in front of him could react so quickly. From the moment his foot touched the ground to the moment it landed on his chest, it was so fast that it was a little dazzling. What made him feel even more inexplicable was how such an ordinary-looking thin body could be so resilient. Although his elbow didn't connect, his arm had hit his opponent's shoulder, and the tip of his elbow had brushed past his opponent's cheek. If it was a normal person, they would have already fainted. Even if they didn't faint, they would definitely feel unbearable pain. However, the kid in front of him didn't have any expression on his face. There was only a small cut in his mouth and some blood, but there was no sign of him collapsing. It seemed that the person that Sister Yu wanted to deal with today wasn't an ordinary person. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Hook's eyes. He heavily hammered his own chest and used the shock of his strength to stop coughing. Once again, he walked towards the ordinary-looking young man. Su knew why, and when he made his move, he mocked himself in his heart. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Sure Qinghai, sure Qinghai. Dog sh asterisk t, dog sh asterisk t. The other party wanted to make sure Qinghai eat sh asterisk t. He couldn't just watch this playboy get dragged to the toilet. Although the two of them were just fair-weather friends, he was still the first and only friend he had in a foreign land. If Shi Qinghai was sober at this time, Su Lu might have tried to hide himself. However, the problem was that Shi Qinghai was drunk and unconscious. When his friend didn't have the ability to resist, he couldn't just let his friend be humiliated. This was one of Su Li's principles, and it even exceeded his fear in certain aspects. Since he had already made his move, there was no need to care about anything else. The current situation was like this, and so was life. When one was pressured to a certain extent and still had to hide because of their identity, that wasn't being cautious. Instead, it was being a useless B*TCH that was famous because of the Federation's Women's Day. Living without principles or dignity was not something that Su Lu could accept easily. Looking at the tall soldier approaching him, Su Lu felt a sense of danger. He knew that the other party wouldn't underestimate him this time and would attack him with all his strength. Just like the angry bull on the green grassland on the other side of the electronic fence, when it felt hurt and humiliated, it would burst forth with its greatest strength. Su Lu looked at the other party vigilantly. He loosened his right hand and threw the drunk Shi Qinghai to the ground. His feet were slightly apart, and he tiptoed again, maintaining a posture that could explode at any time. Shi Qinghai was thrown onto the cold, hard marble floor with a muffled thud. Under the pain, he mumbled a few words and actually fell asleep again. Su Lu wasn't worried about whether this young master would feel uncomfortable, although the other party was too much of a bastard today. If Shi Qinghai hadn't said those drunken words, nothing would have happened. Su Lu couldn't wait to throw this drunkard to his death. Hook walked in front of Su Lu. His well-defined face suddenly tightened. With a muffled groan, he swept his arms horizontally like two stone pillars. Su Lu seemed to have reacted at the same time. He flipped his arms up and blocked the attack. However, he did not expect that the other party would use his arms to wrap around him. Relying on the enormous strength, he took a step forward. The distance between the two was instantly reduced to an extremely small size. The big soldier's posture was very ugly. It was as clumsy as a bear hugging someone, but in reality, it was a reflection of his incomparably rich combat experience. He discovered that Su Li's movements were fast, so he used this clumsy method to prevent Su Lu from displaying his speed. If the two of them were tied together, what would Su Lu do if he lifted his leg? Hook was already determined. His left hand tightly gripped the back of Su Li's head, and he lowered his head to smash it. If this hammer landed on Su Li's head, the bridge of his nose would immediately break, and blood would definitely flow out wildly. At the same time, he increased the strength of his other arm, forcibly pushing back Su Li's defense. He twisted his shoulder, and the tip of his elbow once again smashed towards Su Li's temple. With these two moves, if Su Lu didn't react properly, his head would bleed, and he would faint on the spot. However, The hammer didn't land. Su Li's palm had unknowingly blocked the space between his eyebrows. His 5 fingers spread out like a cotton flower, blocking the other party's face. Although this hastily extended palm couldn't completely block the other party's heavy hammer, Su Lu only felt a slight pain in his palm with his palm as a buffer. His head was a little dizzy, but he wasn't really injured. Su Li's other arm didn't forcefully block the other party's elbow. Instead, it viciously smashed towards the exposed armpit behind the other party's twisted shoulder. The middle finger of his fist protruded slightly, and he viciously smashed that spot. His left leg went in again. The distance between the two was too close. Su Lu couldn't raise his leg, but his body suddenly shrunk, and his knee was raised, landing squarely on the other party's thigh. If not for the other party's quick reflexes, this knee would have hit the man's vital point. The two separated again. The back of Su Li's neck was smashed by the elbow. Blood flowed out from his nostrils, and his forehead was slightly red and swollen. Other than that, he wasn't injured. On the other hand, Hook's armpit was hit by a jab, and his thigh was hit by a treacherous jab. An unbearable numbing pain spread through his taut muscles, and he couldn't stand properly. Hook's gaze was like a hook, as if he wanted to hook out all of Su Li's internal organs. Ever since he graduated from the first academy, how long had it been since he was injured? This brat in front of him didn't have any tricks up his sleeve, so how could he possibly defeat him? Su Lu used his sleeve to wipe the blood from his nose. He stared vigilantly at the tall soldier with astonishing strength. There was actually a pattern to his attacks, and they were all variations of the 10 postures that Uncle Boss had taught him. Perhaps it was because he had practiced for too long that it had become instinct, or perhaps it was because he had mastered the postures over the past few months at Yue University, where he had practiced very little. Now, he seemed to be able to perform the 10 postures as he pleased. After defeating a strong enemy, who was probably a soldier, Su Lu wasn't excited at all. Instead, he vigilantly observed the movements around him. He didn't manage to knock Hook down, because his strength was far inferior to his opponent's. Of course, if he dared to release the fiery and trembling power in his body, perhaps he would only need 1 round to knock Hook down. The problem was, no matter how hard he tried, he had to protect Mr. Sher from eating sh*T. Unless he was in a desperate situation, Su Lu would definitely not release the magical power in his body. You're pretty good to be able to fight Hook to a draw. The crowd that had been attracted by the fight surrounded Su Lu. The man in the green suit looked at Su Lu playfully. A strange look flashed across his eyes, but it soon turned into calm disdain. He said, "I won't kill you." Chapter 55. At the entrance of the 13 nightclub in Linhai, a large group of people were watching the scene with different expressions. The irrelevant people had already been cleared away by the staff of the nightclub and would not affect what was happening here. You are all people of status. Su Lu heard the words clearly. He looked at him and said, "Why bother arguing with people like us?" This ordinary-looking young man and the bodyguards of the siblings were at least evenly matched. Under such circumstances, the words that seemed to show weakness were naturally more powerful. The man looked at Su Lu and said with a smile, "My sister wants to teach that drunkard a lesson. No one can stop her." Why was the smile of a privileged person so hateful and cold? Su Li's ordinary-looking face did not show much expression. He said, "He is my friend, and this is your fault. If you did something wrong, you should not continue to do it." Donglin people. The man recognized Su Li's accent and said, "They say that Donglin people are like rocks in the toilet, smelly and hard. It is true, but even if you are a rock, I will crush you today." The nightclub owner had been quietly accompanying the man. He said softly, "Major So, These two people ruined your mood. Why do you have to do it yourself? Let us deal with them. Zhou Yu, the current major of the operations department of the 3rd Military Region, was able to get such a rank at his age and sit in such a position. His family was naturally very powerful. According to reliable sources, the father of this pair of siblings should be the deputy director of the logistics department of the National Defense Department. The nightclub owner had received a hint from some people in Linhai and deliberately made friends with this young major. At this time, he carefully asked for help. He was worried that the young major would think that he was a busybody because, after all, he rarely interacted with people in that circle. The nightclub owner had never thought that the young man in front of him could fight against the siblings. So what if he could fight? Today's society relied on strength, and strength was definitely not the ability to fight. Thank you. So, you understood the meaning of the nightclub owner's words. He gently smiled and pointed at Su Li's nose and said, "I don't want to waste too much time. Why don't you step aside? I'll treat this drunkard to shit, or you can eat it for him." "I don't have the habit of eating shit." Su Lu wiped the blood from his nose, looking at the people surrounding him. He finally couldn't control the anger in his heart. No matter how weak they were, they couldn't let others bully them all the time. He stared at the siblings and said in a deep voice, "If you have a habit of eating shit, you can show it to me." Hearing this, Major Zhou Yu's face darkened. This time, the brother and sister came to Lin Hai mainly to see if there was an opportunity to arrange a chance encounter with that important person and re-establish the friendly relationship they had in the past. Originally, they wanted to keep a low profile, but they didn't expect that they would meet a tough opponent today. It was just that these people had always looked down on ordinary people, not to mention that he had always doted on this proud and arrogant sister of his. Zhou Yu's face instantly darkened. The bodyguard-like people around him became even more gloomy, like dark clouds that were full of rain on a cloudy day. They took out pistols from their arms and pointed them at Su Li's head. 4 pistols were pointed at Su Li's head, and the triggers could be pulled at any time. This scene shocked everyone present, especially the escorts from the nightclub. After all, this was the capital ring's S1 Linhai state. The scene of guns being drawn in public was extremely shocking. Su Lu looked at the 4 black barrels pointed at his head. Of course, he was scared because he realized that these powerful people on the capital planet didn't seem to take human life seriously. They might actually dare to shoot. His face was slightly pale, but a bitter smile appeared on his lips. In the past 6 months, this was the 3rd time someone had pointed a gun at his head. Could it be that his fate was destined to not be able to escape from these tragic things? I don't know who you are, but as I said before, you must be people of status. The Federation is a society ruled by law. How bad is the impact of pulling out a gun in public? Will the elders in your family allow you to do this? Su Lu clenched his fists tightly and didn't dare to move as he spoke to the man in the green suit. This sentence was exactly what Zhou Yu was thinking, but this major wasn't prepared to change his way of doing things. This was because at certain times, especially in front of unfamiliar people, their reputation was the most important. Reputation often represented power or influence. Hook retreated to the Zhou siblings' side and frowned at the scene before him while rubbing his aching armpit. On the other side, the student from Yue University, the son of a Linhai state senator, seemed to want to say something, but he was scared by the guns and kept quiet. At this moment, it seemed that no one could save Su Lu, or rather, no one could change Shi Qinghai's fate of eating sh*T. Zhou Yu was the woman in the red trench coat. Her hair was soft and wavy as it draped over her shoulders, but her personality wasn't soft at all. Looking at the pale-faced Su Lu, her heart flashed with a trace of perverted pleasure. She admired this young man's stubbornness to not admit defeat, so she liked this kind of Donglin Stone to show a frightened expression under the muzzle of a gun. She looked at Su Lu with disdain, tightened her trench coat, and said mockingly, "What era is it now? You still want to live by relying on your fists? I like you. Kneel down and kowtow, and I'll let it go. But that drunkard won't be let off so easily." When she said this, Hook's expression changed, but he didn't say anything. Su Lu pursed his lips tightly and squinted his eyes at the siblings outside of the gun's line of sight, as if he wanted to remember their faces clearly. Under such circumstances, an ordinary person like him had no other choice. Even if he released the tremors in his body, how could he dodge a bullet? The Federation strictly controlled firearms. Who would have thought that the people around the siblings would carry guns and even dare to take them out in public like this? "I won't kneel because I didn't do anything wrong, and you aren't my parents." Su Lu narrowed his eyes and stared at the man in the green suit who was in control of everything. He said, "Unless you beat me to the ground, or you can try to kill me with a single shot." This was a gamble. He was betting that these people with status wouldn't be willing to get into trouble because of a nobody like him. So you looked coldly at the stubborn Su Lu. He didn't know why this person was so scared, but he still insisted on stubbornly holding on. Donglin's rock, he really lived up to his name. A fist landed heavily on Su Li's abdomen, and the pain almost made him vomit out the food in his stomach. Since he would only kneel after being beaten to the ground, the people around the Zhou siblings naturally wouldn't be polite. They threw punches and kicks at Su Li's body. Anyway, under the threat of the gun, this guy with the Donglin accent didn't dare to resist. In just a short period of time, Su Li's body was injured a lot. No matter how strong his resistance was, it wasn't easy to stand still and be beaten. There was a dull pain in the right side of his chest. He didn't know if it was because his ribs were broken or because there was a small crack on the surface. Zhou Yu, wearing a red windbreaker, looked at the scene with appreciation. The harder the beating, the more the resentment in her heart would be vented. Her charming and cold face gradually emitted a happy glow. "I only said that you put on too much perfume. Do you have to be so cruel?" An uninvited hand rested on Miss So family's shoulder and patted her face very intimately. However, it seemed to be a little too hard, leaving a red mark on her cheek. Zhou Yu screamed in shock, but didn't realize what had happened. On the other hand, the people around them, especially the soldiers she and her brother brought, reacted quickly. In the first moment, the 4 barrels that were originally pointed at Su Lu changed direction and aimed at her. After Zhou Yu screamed, she immediately stopped talking and turned around. Then she saw a face that was so beautiful that it didn't look like a man's. When these privileged people in the Federation were beating Su Lu, no one noticed the mud on the ground because the focus of the matter had already shifted. Shi Qinghai, who had drunk too much, was awakened by the cold ground, or by the pain of Su Li's fall. He staggered behind the woman in red and put his hand on her shoulder like a hooligan. There were many people watching the scene, and so you happened to be at the edge of the crowd. No one would have thought that the drunkard on the ground would silently sneak behind her and hold her shoulder. Shi Qinghai was hugging Zhou Yu like a lover at this time, intimately and lightly patting her face. Perhaps he was still drunk, so his words were a little unclear. "Damn, this little girl has a bad temper. How dare you touch my friend?" One slap after another fell on Zhou Yu's face, but it fell on everyone's heart. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfoundedly, wondering how regretful this beautiful young man would be when he woke up. Zhou Yu had never felt so humiliated in her life. The increasingly heavy pats gradually developed into slaps, and the words of the man holding her mixed with the stench of alcohol, entered her ears. Her face instantly turned red, not knowing whether it was because of Shi Qinghai's slaps or because she was angry. She looked at the bodyguards in front of her, who were pointing guns at her, and screamed, "Kill him! Kill him!" No one dared to do anything, even her own brother, who just looked in this direction indifferently, watching the increasingly heavy palms falling on his sister's face. This was because they realized that the drunkard holding the little girl of the Zhou family seemed to have lost his mind. His entire weight was placed on Zhou Yu's delicate body. The worst thing was that the drunkard's half-unbuttoned suit revealed a small leather accessory, which everyone was very familiar with. It was a holster. Major Zhou Yu's eyes were extremely cold. He looked at the drunkard holding his sister hostage and said, "I'm Zhou Yu, the staff officer of the 3rd Military Region's Operations Department. May I ask who you are?" Chapter 56. Shi Qinghai ignored the guy with the onion in his nose. He looked at Su Lu drunkenly and asked, "Are you okay?" Su Lu shook his head and looked at the familiar yet strange face. He suddenly shouted, "Are you King drunk or sober?" Shi Qinghai was really drunk, at least in the beginning. As for how much he had sobered up, no one knew. However, everyone knew that a drunk man with a gun did not have much rationality. None of the people surrounding the two of them dared to take the risk. Zhou Yu opened his mouth to ask, but Shi Qinghai ignored him. This humiliation, combined with the palm that landed on Zhou Yu's face, made everyone's expression turn extremely ugly. "Let her go, or you'll regret it when you wake up." Zhou Yu controlled his emotions and said calmly. This kind of threat was actually not a good one, but facing a drunk man with a gun, he didn't have any good ideas. First, he had to solve the current situation and ensure his sister's safety. "You want me to eat *T? You want my brother to kneel?" Shi Qinghai still didn't pay attention to him. His body reeked of alcohol as he hugged the trembling, red-clothed woman. He stopped slapping her cheeks and said, "You foreigners are really used to running amok. You actually came to Linhai to put on airs. I told you that you didn't want to admit defeat after using too much perfume. Except for the women in the 13 avenues who use DVC like you do, who else would use it like you do?" The 13 Avenues was a famous street for high-class prostitutes in the special administrative region of the capital. It was said that the president's aides and officials of various ministries and commissions liked to hang out there. Shi Qinghai's words were extremely vicious, comparing the Zhou family's miss to a high-class prostitute. Su Lu, who was wiping the blood, only noticed that Shi Qinghai had changed from calling him a friend to a brother. His arms slightly stiffened. "Tell me your name. It's not good to bully a woman." Zhou Yu's eyes twitched, but he still said calmly, "You have to solve this problem. If you let the government handle it, I believe you'll suffer more. All my life, I only know how to bully women." After drinking, Shi Qinghai was even more like a hooligan than usual. He stretched his neck and rolled his eyes, as if it was the first time he heard that person speak. He immediately spat. "What? Are you going to bite me?" Zhou Yu was so angry that he laughed and praised. "Very good, very good." At this moment, Hook, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. "You're Shi Qinghai. He's one rank lower than me, but he was a famous figure in the academy back then. Everyone, from the principal to the teachers, liked him very much. Now that he had graduated so many years ago, he should be doing well in Lin Hai. As for which bureau, I'm not too sure." Hook recognized Shi Qinghai, who had graduated from the same school as Zhou Yu. He whispered in Zhou Yu's ear, "When we were in school, no one was willing to provoke him. No matter if it was in terms of fighting, marksmanship, or mental strength, not many people were his match. Fortunately, this person doesn't have any background. so he won't cause too much trouble. Hearing this, Zhou Yu calmed down. He looked coldly at Shi Qinghai, who was behind his sister, and had a score in his heart. A top student from the academy, no matter how drunk he was still rational. This made his biggest worry disappear. He looked at Shi Qinghai and smiled. Let go. I'll count to 3. If you don't, my people will shoot. Maybe they won't shoot you, but maybe they'll shoot your stone-like friend, brother? Well, I'm sure the brother you're talking about won't be so cheap. Besides, I believe in your judgment after you're drunk. You should be able to guess who we are, and you should know our abilities. Hurting us is something you don't dare to do, because you know how terrible the consequences will be. After saying this, Major Zhou Yu saw the worry in Shi Qinghai's blurred eyes. He knew that he had made the right bet. No matter how drunk this drunkard was, he still had some rationality. I'm Shi Qinghai, the head of Section 4 of the Linhai Field Office of the Federation's Investigation Bureau. Shi Qinghai's voice was dry because of the alcohol. He stared at the man, and a work permit appeared in his hand next to the woman's cheek like magic. Major Zhou Yu smiled even more happily. First of all, his opponent was gradually sobering up. More importantly, he was just a small head of the Federation's Investigation Bureau, so he had no reason to back down. At this time, he ignored the previous humiliation and counted with a smile. 1, 2, after sobering up, Mr. Shi naturally didn't dare to take out his gun and kill the brother and sister. Even though he was an official of the Federation's Investigation Bureau, he was still not strong enough to face these privileged people. In front of him, there seemed to be no other way but to let go of the woman in his arms. At the entrance of the 13 nightclub, everyone was waiting for this beautiful young official to surrender, except for Su Lu, who was on the other side. The response to these confident people was the sound of a gunshot. The gunshot was just before Major, so you said the last 3 words. No one saw how the standard police gun in the holster of his suit appeared in Shi Qinghai's hand. His hand holding the gun seemed to be trembling. Under the muzzle of the gun, a military bodyguard of the Zhou family was shot in the thigh and fell to the ground. Did this person shoot? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. They knew that the other party was a person with a very strong background, but this small head of the Federation's Investigation Bureau actually shot first, and he shot so decisively, leaving no way out, showing his tyranny and arrogance. The scene was in chaos. The other 3 military bodyguards with guns were shocked. They wanted to shoot back, but they were afraid that their young lady would be hurt. In this panic, Shi Qinghai took back his hand holding the gun and put it on Zhou Yu's shoulder. He tilted his head and looked at Major Zhou Yu's face with great interest. At this time, the young lady of the Zhou family was so scared that she didn't dare to open her mouth or move. Only Shi Qinghai's hoarse voice could be heard. Do you need to count when you shoot? Do you think you're setting off firecrackers in the snow? Shi Qinghai looked at the Major's face and said sarcastically, I admire you. I've told you that I'm an official of the Federation's Investigation Bureau, and I even showed you my ID. How dare you point your gun at me, assaulting a police officer? What is this if not assaulting a police officer? Harsh words seemed to come out of his mouth endlessly. The siren of a police car came from the distance. Major Zhou Yu stared into his eyes and said, You shot an active duty soldier on the street. You're going to jail. I didn't see any active duty soldier. At this time, Shi Qinghai had sobered up a lot. He looked at the other person and said with a hiccup, You call yourself the staff officer of the operations department of the 3rd Military Region, but you're too pighead. You didn't even show your ID. I can't find the camera in Chang San Er's room, but maybe you don't know that there are 17 cameras in our field office. As long as you don't kill me tonight, I can find them. The Federation's electronic surveillance network was divided into 3 levels. The top level was the Central Charter, which was responsible for collecting signals from human chips, and the rest of the cameras belonged to different government departments. Chang San, who Shi Qinghai was talking about, was the boss behind the 13 nightclub. He saw that Zhou Yu seemed to be kind, but in fact, he was extremely mean, so he reminded him. Zhou Yu's face was very dark. He didn't expect to encounter such a difficult person and be humiliated like this in Lin Hai. Now, the situation had been completely reversed. Since the other person dared to shoot, what could he do? The other person's cold-bloodedness and decisiveness when shooting made him realize that this person was not easy to deal with. He took a deep breath, looked at the unfamiliar night sky of Lin Hai, and then stared at Shi Qinghai, and said word by word, "I can assure you that you're finished. Finished is a matter for the future. At least I'm satisfied tonight." Shi Qinghai tilted his head and found Su Lu. He shouted, "Hey, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and come here. We have to go to the police station to record a statement." Su Lu looked much worse than Mr. Shi. His short-sleeved shirt had been torn into pieces, and his face was covered with bruises and dust. He looked like a refugee. He moved closer to Shi Qinghai. When he brushed past the major, who had been suppressing his killing intent, he suddenly heard the other person's cold voice ring in his ears. "And you, Dong Linstone, you're finished too." Major Zhou Yu looked at him coldly and said, "You have a gun to protect you today. Wait until I bend that gun, then I'll come back and kill you. I want to know who else can help you." Su Lu didn't look at him at all. He just lowered his head and wiped his sweat and blood as he walked over. When he heard this cold and disdainful threat, he suddenly felt a pain in his bones. It seemed that his ribs had been cracked earlier. The pain made him extremely angry, and he successfully changed from a country bumpkin pretending to be autistic to an angry bull that had barged into the city. He turned around, looked at the noble major in front of him, and asked seriously, "I have a few questions. First, now that your crazy sister is caught by my brother, you don't dare to shoot me because you found that my brother is crazier than her, right? Second, since you don't dare to shoot me, then none of you can beat me, right? Third, no matter how much I beg you, you won't let me go. There's no such thing as face between us, and there's no such thing as falling out. You'll kill me one day, right? Fourth, since you don't dare to kill me now, and you can't beat me with your fists, and you'll definitely kill me in the future, and you're still threatening me so stupidly, isn't that telling me that I have to take this rare opportunity to beat you up?" After saying these 4 sentences, Su Lu, who had found the absolute reason, punched Major Zhou Yu in the nose. His punch made Major Zhou Yu's face look as wonderful as a cocktail. It was the Bloody Mary type. Chapter 57. The Linhai Police Headquarters Temporary Detention Center was set up in the police headquarters building. Chip scans, electronic keys, internal fingerprint verification, and layers upon layers of protective measures made the building seem particularly secure. Anyone who had any ideas about the building would lose their ideas as soon as they entered the building. The people locked in the temporary detention center would never be able to escape. Of course, the 2 young men who were caught here tonight definitely had no intention of escaping. How did Mr. Shi get caught? A policeman who had finished patrolling threw his key card on the table and made himself a cup of tea. He looked at his colleague and asked with a gloating smile on his face. Although the police headquarters and the Federation Bureau of Investigation Field Office were not in the same system, they were both under the government structure. In order to solve cases, the 2 sides often had to cooperate. Shi Qinghai, the infamous rogue officer of the Federation Bureau of Investigation, was also quite famous in the police headquarters. However, There were elements of competition and rivalry between the two departments, so when the police put Shi Qinghai in the detention center today, these policemen were very happy. Shooting in the middle of the street, I heard that the other party is a big shot with a strong background. The policeman sighed and said, "If you offend this kind of person, you'll be in trouble no matter how good the reason is. Even if the field office intervenes and doesn't let him go to court, at least he'll have to hand in his gun and resign." Is it the wounded person that the director respectfully sent out just now? What's his background? I'm not sure, but I think he's from the 3 military regions. The policeman shrugged. He didn't like the people from the Federation Bureau of Investigation, but after all, they were a powerful organization that belonged to the Federation. Seeing Shi Qinghai locked in prison, he couldn't help but feel a little sad and angry. Who dares to offend these people? But it's strange. Although Mr. Shi is always a rogue and can cause trouble when he's drunk, he doesn't seem to have a bad temper. Why did he dare to shoot in front of so many people? I heard this from Helens. He was probably influenced by his partner's bad temper and couldn't control himself after drinking. Another person came up to him and exclaimed, "It's the one who was locked up with Mr. Shi. He looks like an honest young man, but no one expected him to be so ruthless. You know, the 3rd Precinct's rapid response vehicle has already arrived at the scene. Mr. Shi is pointing his gun at the young lady. That seemingly honest young man actually beat up the people over there one by one. He's so ruthless. Beat him up in front of the police? How violent." The policeman shook his head. "After drinking 24 times, I realized that I've been influenced by you too much. I've talked too much, and my temper has become irritable." Inside the cold iron fence, Sulu leaned against the fully sculpted wall and stared blankly at the ceiling. He sighed. It had been 4 hours since he and Shi Qinghai had been arrested by the police. Outside the window, he could vaguely see the light of dawn. However, no one had come to ask for any evidence. All these signs made him a little worried, and his eyes were a little blurred. He didn't know if it was because of Shi Qinghai's status as an official of the Federation's Investigation Bureau, but only the two of them were locked up in this temporary detention room. Shi Qinghai, who reeked of alcohol, leaned against the narrow single bed. Looking at Su Li's worried face, he couldn't help but laugh. "Looks like you're quite ruthless. You don't look like the honest doorman at all. But why are you scared now? It's a waste not to beat him up. Anyway, because of you, I've offended a big shot that I can't afford to offend." Su Li's expression was a little bitter. He thought to himself, if I could leave the police station, would I have to start running again? But he had just settled down in Yue University, especially since there was knowledge that he liked here. He might come in contact with things that he hadn't come in contact with yet. The key was to have a stable life. It would be a pity if it was destroyed like this. Only a small part of the worry on his face was because he was worried about the threat of the major from the aristocratic family, but more of it was because his mood was a little complicated. Su Lu lowered his head and gently rubbed the metal bracelet on his left wrist. Thinking about the chips inside, his mood gradually calmed down. At worst, he could just change his identity. The Federation was so big, there was nowhere he couldn't settle down. Don't worry about anything. Believe me, by tomorrow morning at the latest, no, it should be 8 o'clock today, the two of us can walk out of the police station openly. Shi Qinghai saw the worry between his eyebrows. He laughed and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't listen to that brat's bragging. Although the Federation government is like a pile of SH*T, it's not real SH*T. It's a society ruled by law. All the evidence is biased towards us. What can they do? If the people of the 3 military regions want to stretch their hands into Linhai, it won't be that convenient. If they walk in the open, they'll be more worried than us. After all, their identities are different. Do you think it's a good thing for a soldier to pull out a gun in a residential area? Su Lu knew very well about things related to political power. He subconsciously believed Mr. Sher's judgment, but he still wasn't sure. He asked doubtfully, "So this matter is left unsettled? I don't believe it. What's the major's surname? What's his background?" You have to believe it, even if you don't believe it. When these young masters do things, they can either suppress us on the spot. Once this matter is brought to the court, they can only shut up. If this matter is brought to court, how can their parents show their face? Shi Qinghai said with disdain, "Major Zhou Yu of the Operations Department of the 3 military regions is really something. I don't believe that his father, who has a fat job in the Ministry of National Defense, will really let him do whatever he wants." "You know a lot." Sulu praised him sincerely. "Of course. I'm a general of the Federation Investigation Bureau. What does the field office do? Isn't it spying on spies on the outside and officials on the inside?" Shi Qinghai raised his eyebrows. He was about to say something arrogant when he suddenly realized something was wrong. He stared at Su Lu and said, "Wait, why do I feel like you're mocking me?" "Don't think so, it's just mocking." Su Lu looked at the ceiling and said, "Aren't you supposed to be a guard for the government? How did you become the chief of the Federation Investigation Bureau? You know that the other party is not easy to mess with, but you still pretended to be drunk." No, you have to listen to my explanation. The Federation Investigation Bureau is supposed to be a guard for the government. It's not much different from your job with no future. As for pretending to be drunk, your words hurt our relationship. Shi Qinghai said very seriously, "I don't want to find out anything about you. Even if I wanted to test you, I wouldn't use this pair of bastard siblings as my arrows." "I don't have any secrets." Sulu finally got angry. After drinking for dozens of days and working with an outsider under the breath of life and death, he and Shi Qinghai couldn't not be close. However, Shi Qinghai always looked at him mysteriously every time, and he was a little sensitive to the meaning hidden in his eyes. "Nonsense! You're just a squat soldier. How could you beat up an expert from the military security office? Don't forget, that person is my senior, a graduate of the 1st Military Academy." Shi Qinghai looked at him mockingly and waved his hand. "If you say you don't have any secrets, I won't believe it even if you kill me. But I'm too lazy to care. Today, I fired a shot in order to protect you. Even if the other party wants to deal with it secretly and not openly, I reckon I won't be able to keep my job. Brat, you don't feel sorry for me and tell me a good story. That's another matter." Sulu stared at him angrily and said, "You have to understand. That crazy woman wanted to feed you shit, so I stopped her. How come I owe you a favor in the end? Besides, what does it have to do with me if you lose your job? Do you want me to introduce you to an hourly guard job?" Shi Qinghai laughed and suddenly looked at him seriously. "I know you're good at fighting, but the problem is that Zhou Yu knows it too. Although this pair of brother and sister are not very powerful, they're more than enough to take care of us. On the surface, that narrow-minded major will definitely cover up what happened last night, but secretly, he won't let us go. I'm sure I'll be kicked out of the Investigation Bureau, and they won't let you go. Especially that stupid woman." Shi Qinghai sat up, shook his head, and said, "I did drag you down this time. You have to be more careful in the future. Speaking of which, although that stupid woman is tasteless, her white legs are quite tasty." Su Lu was still very serious at the beginning, but when he heard Mr. Sher's boring words, he couldn't help but sigh. He shook his head and said, "It's my bad luck to have met a jinx like you. I've thought about it. If those people really want to deal with me, I can't do anything about it. I'll just hide far away. Don't think too much about it. Just stay in school. The government is very strict with the university town, especially with the recent spread of Carlinism. No one dares to provoke those aggressive students at this time. Although you're a gatekeeper and auditing student, if you hide in UA University, no matter how powerful you are, you can only wait outside for the time being. How powerful is the Zhou family? Sulu had to figure out how powerful the people who wanted to kill him were. Suddenly, he thought of a little girl's clean face and asked curiously, 7 big families? 7 big families? Shi Qinghai lay down, crossed his legs, and said mockingly, why would that kind of people go to a place like 13? Why would they let people see how powerful they are? Only upstarts like the Zhou family would get involved with 2 hooligans like us. They don't think it's embarrassing. I'm not a hooligan, you are. Sulu felt that talking was too tiring. He turned over and faced the wall, smelling the faint smell of plastic. He closed his eyes to rest and think about the future. Looking at his bruised back, Shi Qinghai's peach blossom eyes flashed with sincerity, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Today's development was a little out of his plan. Maybe he subconsciously wanted to test Sulu, but he really didn't expect that Sulu would dare to go against those people for him, and even risk exposing his secret. Until now, he still didn't know Su Li's secret, but he knew what his decision at that moment meant. It was also from that moment on that Mr. Shi felt that Sulu could really be a good friend. Thank you, Shi Qinghai said in a very low voice. You're welcome. It's what I should do. Sulu didn't turn his head and said, if it was some other innocent bystander who was dragged to eat shit, I wouldn't care, so you don't have to thank me. Shi Qinghai smiled and said, I understand. The 3 young men who serve the citizens promoted by the president's office are you, but you really won't tell me about your adventures? Chapter 58. Shi Qinghai was a very strange person. He didn't want to pry into other people's secrets, but he couldn't help but be curious. Maybe it was because of his stubbornness or the nature of his job. Well, since people like to hear about adventures, Sulu had no choice but to fabricate a completely new adventure. Otherwise, he really couldn't explain how he was able to defeat an expert from the army at the entrance of the nightclub. Thinking about this, Sulu had a headache. He realized that he still didn't have much experience in dealing with people. In order to explain something, he always had to tell more lies. Moreover, he also thought of a very troublesome problem, and that was the identity that the boss uncle arranged for him. Should he find some time to go to his hometown in the remote area of S1? The new adventure story was similar to the one he told to the fat guy on the ancient bell, but this time Sulu was more cautious. He arranged for the fake class monitor to be a hidden master with a vague face. What's the class monitor's surname? Shi Qinghai obviously didn't believe him. He laughed and asked. Su Li's heart skipped a beat. A surname appeared in his mind, and he said, I think his surname is Li. Shi Qinghai didn't seem to care, but he seemed to have thought of something. He frowned and fell into deep thought. Shi Qinghai thought about this family name in his heart and did not dare to think in that direction. However, if what Su Lu said was true, it could explain everything. However, Shi Qinghai had not heard of any children of that family in Feiqing City wandering outside. Shi Qinghai looked at Su Li's back and shook his head. He somewhat believed in Su Li's bizarre experience. He smiled and thought to himself, I'm afraid this kid doesn't even know the background of the awesome person who taught him how to fight. Since he had a confirmed idea, satisfied his curiosity, and had some interesting things to think about, Shi Qinghai naturally changed the topic. Are you going to be a janitor in Ua University? The Department of National Defense's Office of Retired Soldiers can arrange a job. It's better than this. In his opinion, Su Lu, this young man, had a very outstanding character. Although he did not know what special skills he had in other aspects with his fighting skills, it was not impossible for him to enter the security company under the police station or even find some connections to enter the police system. I'm an auditor at Ua University. Su Lu turned around, looked at him, and said, "Anyway, I still have some spare money. Let's talk about it after I finish attending the classes for the next 2 years. Auditing students can't get a diploma." Sure, Qinghai fished out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his trousers pocket. He put one in his mouth and threw the other one at him. He said vaguely, "You don't have a future. Do you know what you want to do in the future?" Su Lu took the cigarette and lighter and lit it up. He took a deep breath and tried to puff out a few perfect smoke rings, just like how the boss used to do in the past. However, what he puffed out was the scattered steam from the humidifier. He coughed twice, looked at Shi Qinghai, and smiled. He thought to himself, this guy obviously doesn't know what he wants to do in the future. So why is he asking me? I used to want to be a battleship mechanic assistant, but I changed my mind. I want to get a mechanic's license and then find a job in a big manufacturing company in S1. No matter what position I get in the future, as long as I can do something I like, it's not bad. Su Lu looked at the dissipating smoke in front of him and said in a daze. This was one of his life goals, but when it came out of his mouth, it sounded ridiculous and unconfident. Ever since he was implanted with the disguised chip, perhaps his life was destined to not be so happy and peaceful. There was always a shadow in the young man's heart, a shadow that he did not want others to see. He wanted to find the real inside story of that incident, but with his current status and ability, not to mention uncovering the inside story of that uncle's death, even getting close to that black cloth was wishful thinking. Shi Qinghai saw the heaviness and sadness in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "Do your best to fulfill your life goals. If you need my help in the future, just let me know." The development of the situation was not out of Shi Qinghai's expectations. At around 7 o'clock in the morning, the Linhai Police Headquarters received a direct order from the higher-ups to open the door of the detention center and release the two of them. The police officers who were drinking coffee to refresh themselves joked with Shi Qinghai, and Shi Qinghai scolded them back. During this kind of conversation, Su Lu, who was quietly listening on the side, roughly understood what was going on. The Zhou family used their connections to forcefully suppress the conflict in front of the nightclub. The people of the 3rd Military Region had a conflict with the people of the Linhai Field Office, and they even pulled out guns. If this incident was used by someone with bad intentions, it would definitely involve the big boss in the Ministry of National Defense. The Zhou family would not let this happen, so they would rather deal with it in a low-key manner. Su Lu walked out of the police station, facing the slightly cold morning breeze. He couldn't help but shake his head. The so-called Democratic and Free Federation Society was actually still so hierarchical. A Zhou family that wasn't very famous among the people could reach into the police system and suppress a vicious case, causing the shooting at the entrance of 13 to go up in smoke. Shi Qinghai drove Su Lu to the back gate of Ua University. He leaned against the car and looked at the few female students who were exercising in the morning. He stared at their tight-fitting sportswear and said in a very serious tone, "For the next few days, don't leave the school gate. Be careful." The Zhou family officially suppressed this incident. However, they were ruthlessly humiliated by 2 small fry. How could a young master and a young lady from such a family take this lying down? What followed closely was probably the other party's secret and merciless revenge. Shi Qinghai looked at him with some worry and said, "You don't have to worry about me. Even if I get expelled, I'm still an outstanding student from the same school. Those frighteningly high-ranking professors in the school can always protect me. I don't know why you had a conflict with that pair of siblings." When Sulu was about to walk through the iron gate, he suddenly stopped. He turned around and said seriously, "Maybe you have your own motives, but that pair of siblings really aren't playthings. So I'll let it go this time. Don't do it again." Shi Qinghai held the cigarette in his mouth and tilted it down, like a leaf that had been hit by frost. His expression was calm, but his heart was somewhat moved. He thought to himself that his little brother's eyes were indeed sharp. He couldn't hide it from him. The spring of the 66th year of the constitutional era was hotter than the previous years. It was only the end of April, but it made people feel like the scorching summer was coming early. The integrated air conditioning system inside the buildings in Linhai had already been turned on, providing a wonderful cool air to those busy working. However, in the slightly hot twilight, on the rooftop of the tallest building in Linhai, two people were talking without fear of the high temperature or the heat. One of them was about 40 years old, with a serious face and a trace of majesty in his gentle eyes. The other person was sour and had a trace of residual alcohol smell. His wrinkled suit was even more annoying than the wrinkled cigarette in his mouth. The 005 series of electronic spy satellites from A to Z are constantly moving in the space 588 kilometers above our heads. Don't you think it's a bit stupid to always let me meet you in this place? The rooftop is indeed high. It's a 40-story building, so I'm not afraid of people seeing my face with binoculars. But the problem is, do you know how hot it is here? How cold is the winter? You don't allow me to take the elevator. How tiring is it to climb up the stairs? And how uncreative is this kind of meeting place? Shi Qinghai looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said angrily. The eyes of the middle-aged man in his 40s did not shift in the slightest as he coldly stared at Shi Qinghai's face. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "For the past 2 years, you have never complained. Now that you know you did something wrong, you want to seize the initiative to gain the psychological advantage? Give up this idea. Don't forget that I taught you psychology." Shi Qinghai laughed at himself. He put the cigarette in his mouth and took a puff, looking back at the city at dusk. He felt that the city was becoming more and more like a monster. If he didn't escape, he was afraid that one day he would be eaten. "What happened last night?" The middle-aged man asked sternly, "Do you know how many connections the organization used to keep your position in the investigation bureau? And they couldn't let others know. The cost was 60% more than the budget." The cigarette in Shi Qinghai's mouth trembled slightly. He didn't turn around. When he heard that he wasn't fired, there was a trace of sadness and disappointment in his charming eyes. When he turned around, the emotions in his eyes were all gone. He said calmly, "The Zhou family and the Crown Prince used to have a good relationship. They came to Linhai this time to see the Crown Prince. Since my goal was to prevent the Ministry of National Defense from establishing a good relationship with the Crown Prince, last night's action was naturally for this purpose. So don't blame me. The supreme leader of the Federation was the President. The passage of relevant budget bills was handled by more than 300 members of the Management Committee, and the adjudication of cases was handled by the court system. The imperial system that appeared occasionally in the long history of the Federation had ended 37 constitutional years ago. Of course, there was no emperor in this society. Of course, there was no such thing as a crown prince. The Crown Prince that Shi Qinghai and the middle-aged man were talking about was obviously a code name. Of course, they couldn't be talking about the Crown Prince of the Empire. It was said that the current emperor of the distant interstellar empire only had one daughter. But What kind of person could make the Zhou family travel thousands of miles to Lin, Hai just to see him? What kind of person could be called the Crown Prince by Shi Qinghai? The middle-aged man lowered his head and thought for a moment. He seemed to accept Shi Qinghai's explanation. Suddenly, he said, "Who is that guy called Su Le? What's your purpose for getting close to him? Do you need to put it on record?" Shi Qinghai frowned slightly and spat out the cigarette in his mouth. The red butt of the cigarette splashed out sparks on the ground. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man. He said seriously, "That's my personal friend. I'm warning you." Shi Qinghai's warning seemed to have worked. The middle-aged man didn't continue to ask this question, but his tone became very strict. "Many years ago, when you were willing to join this great cause, you had already made a promise. You don't have the right to have friends, and you can't have friends." At that time, I didn't understand friendship. Shi Qinghai didn't care about him and answered indifferently. The middle-aged man looked at him quietly. Suddenly, he asked, "When you opened fire last night, did you want to quit the Federation Investigation Bureau? I know you've been working hard these past few years, and you've been passively resisting the orders of the organization for the past 2 years. But don't forget, the future of the Federation requires you young people to fight and work hard for it." Shi Qinghai was silent for a long time. Then he said in a low voice, "Yes, Director." Chapter 59. The middle-aged man, who Shi Qinghai addressed as the director, said after a moment of silence, "Your judgment of the situation is correct. Zhou Yingxing has already called his children back to the capital special district. They won't be back anytime soon. Their family knows the identity of the Crown Prince by chance, so they definitely don't want to leave a bad impression on the Crown Prince. They should be disinfected in the next few days. That Crown Prince is really ridiculous. There are so many heavily guarded private academies in the capital's special district. Why did he have to come to Lin Hai?" Shi Qinghai lit another cigarette. Thinking about the final target of this operation, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. The Crown Prince was really a high and mighty figure, not someone the Zhou family could compare with. It wasn't difficult to stop the Ministry of Defense from showing goodwill to him, and it might be possible to stop the influence of the Hawks, but it was really too difficult to get close to him. "I only know that he's in the university town." "Which one is it?" Shi Qinghai lowered his head and smoked. He subconsciously kicked the wall behind him, shaking off the dust on his leather shoes. "I don't know how many blockades there will be around such a person. Even if I can arrange some kind of coincidence, I don't know how old he is, what his temperament is, where he lives, what his route is. How can I get close to him? I don't even know what the Crown Prince looks like." The latest information came back. He's between 17 and 19 years old because his family hasn't held a coming-of-age ceremony for him yet. The director said, "Seriously, don't even think about three-dimensional imaging. There's not even a picture of him in the outside world. At most, there's a portrait that can be taken orally, but it's very distorted. So whether you can find him, get close to him, and gain his favor all depends on your personal ability." Shi Qinghai spat a mouthful of saliva on the ground. He felt a chill in his chest. The conflict with the Zhou family last night was indeed deliberately provoked by him. It wasn't difficult to find out the personality of the woman named Zhou Yu and her preference for DVC perfume. The reason why he brought Su Lu along was that he wanted to do a better job. He was prepared to save Su Lu during the conflict. This was more in line with the characteristics of his character that he left in the Investigation Bureau and the organization. Only then could he hide his true thoughts. He was very tired. For the past 2 years, he had been playing the role of a playboy. No, a real playboy. He did not want to be promoted in the investigation bureau because it was very difficult for him to be caught in this gap. He wanted to take this opportunity to be directly fired by the investigation bureau of the Federation. This way, he believed that the organization would not value him as much as before. Perhaps he would be able to have a more free life. However, he did not expect that Sulu, that brat, would actually take the initiative to stand up for him. Moreover, he had an ability that was beyond his imagination. He did not expect that the organization would value him so much that they would not hesitate to mobilize the hidden forces in the government to fight against the Zhou family and protect his position. Shi Qinghai held the cigarette but between his middle finger and index finger and fell into silence. He knew that he had to complete this mission. However, the target that had never appeared in the public, I was really not easy to approach. We all know that it is very difficult. The senator also knows that. He even said that there is no way to get in touch with him. The middle-aged director looked at him and said gently, "But as long as there is a glimmer of hope, you have to fight for it. I know that I am not qualified to know what kind of role this prince is, but I really don't understand. After all, the Federation is an election-based society. How can one person have such a strong influence? Election? The Federation has held countless elections over the years. However, in the eyes of the people who really know the inside story, the results of each election have long been predetermined." The middle-aged director's eyes flashed with deep disappointment towards the Federation's political environment. Next year, there will be another presidential election. What do you think? The current president is a muddle-headed person. I hope the next one will be better. Shi Qinghai shrugged. I never vote, but I may vote for Mr. Pabre next year. It is not certain whether Pabre will participate in the election. The middle-aged director was obviously not surprised by Shi Qinghai's choice. This was because people like him had a good impression of this lawyer who had been born in the lower class of society. He said slightly worriedly, "Even if he participates in the election, so what if those families don't recognize him? The financial groups under their control, the politicians, the media, and the omnipresent influence will be enough to knock him down in the primary election. If Pabre wins the respect and recognition of those families, then he will have to make concessions in terms of his political program. If so, will Pabre still be the current Pabre?" Shi Qinghai did not speak. He knew what his boss said was true, but he still wanted to keep his naive thoughts. He hoped that after Mr. Pabre became the president, he would still dare to face the injustice of society head-on and use a firm and gentle attitude to firmly carry out reforms. Mr. Pabre obtained his Federation lawyer's license from Donglin. Shi Qinghai suddenly said, "The people I know from Donglin are as stubborn as rocks. I believe he is the same." The sky was getting darker, and the wind on the rooftop was getting stronger. The night breeze at the end of April finally dispelled the heat of the day. Shi Qinghai buttoned up his suit and said goodbye to the middle-aged man. For people like them, such a long chat was an extremely luxurious thing, even if it was about politics. "When you have the chance, get me some wild rabbit meat. I won't count on you for something as good as wild beef." Shi Qinghai flicked the cigarette but to the corner of the wall and left without looking back. He waved his hand and said, "After all, you are the director of HDD, aren't you?" The image on the gray monitor seemed to have come to a standstill. For a long time, no one passed by, and there was no movement. If it weren't for the pear trees swaying in the spring breeze, people would have suspected that the monitor was broken. Sulu sat in the bungalow next to the iron gate. He glanced at the monitor from the corner of his eyes, and then looked through the large transparent glass at the quiet street outside the university. He didn't see anyone suspicious, so he was slightly relieved. It seemed that the revenge of those big shots would not come so soon. When he returned to UA University in the morning, Su Lu deliberately strolled around the four most famous fountains on campus. He listened to the speeches and slogans and confirmed that Shi Qinghai was right. Although not many students were attracted by the speeches and were still focused on their homework, the atmosphere in the university was still a little tense. Su Lu listened for a long time with curiosity. Only then did he find out that the annual George Carlin Day was coming. The Education Department of the Federation government and the Investigation Department of the Federation were very vigilant, afraid that some kind of spark would burn into the university. Under such circumstances, no matter how arrogant the Zhou family siblings were, they wouldn't have the guts to barge into UA University to deal with him. Otherwise, if they caused some kind of trouble, no one would be able to bear the consequences. Su Lu had no interest in politics. After searching the internet, he had a preliminary understanding of the somewhat familiar name George Carlin. This person named George Carlin was once a genius professor at the Capital University of the Federation. He was also one of the youngest professors in recorded history. His field of expertise was political history. This somewhat awkward name was actually a study of the different political forms that had appeared in history. George Carlin was never a radical scholar in front of the public. In his works, even anarchism and absolute liberalism were rarely seen. He only used a very rigorous attitude to analyze the various political structures in human history and reconstructed the model. He analyzed why the last imperial society of human society collapsed before the 37 constitutional years ago, and why the royal family at that time chose to politely and peacefully retreat. At the same time, he also analyzed the federation system that had just had a stable structure for 600 years. He believed that this system was a false separation of three powers. In a situation where information couldn't be completely shared, the possession of information was an extremely unfair distribution of production resources. This would lead to the unfair distribution of social resources, and then a series of social problems. George Carlin pointed out that the legendary 7 great families were abnormal existences under this system. The objective was purely academic research. When the research of history was gradually extended to the research of reality, it was easy for problems to arise. Perhaps George Carlin himself did not realize that the theories he put forward, especially the detailed material analysis and data calculation, gave those who were dissatisfied with the status quo a powerful weapon. From the memories of some of the later generations, this person named George Carlin was just a very simple scholar. In the beginning, his name was only respected in the academic circle. Ordinary citizens of the Federation weren't willing to look at those incomparably boring lists of numbers. They only wanted to see the conclusion. Therefore, George Carlin's influence wasn't displayed much. The Federation still peacefully and naturally allowed him to publish his academic works. However, all of this changed in the 36th constitutional year, because on the 19th of May of that year, George Carlin was invited to attend a meeting of a certain government department. Midway, he mysteriously disappeared, and since then, no trace of him could be found. George Carlin disappeared for 30 years. Gradually, some people took notice of his works, and even more so of his mysterious disappearance. A story with a hint of conspiracy was enough to attract the attention of countless ordinary people. This was especially so for the anti-government side, who had just disbanded their army and given up on violent resistance. They seized this opportunity and adopted George Carlin's theory as their political program. Under the slogan of eliminating the injustice of the Federation society, demanding greater transparency, and investigating the insider trading of the 7 great families, they participated in the parliamentary election of the administrative planet S2. From then on, George Carlin was given more color. The pioneer who exposed the dark secrets of the Federation, the courageous scholar, and the like were unknown. Every year, the 19th of May was designated as George Carlin Day. What was absurd was that this bill was actually proposed and passed by the members of the Federation Management Committee. The members of the Federation claimed that they were all believers of George Carlin, while the anti-government members were just scum who used George Carlin's theory. The members insisted that they had nothing to do with the 7 great families. As a result, the citizens of the Federation were somewhat dumbfounded. Could it be that the 7 great families didn't exist in the first place? This person who was revered as St. George was really pitiful. Perhaps he was just too lost in thought and drove into the river. He was just an honest scholar. So how did he end up like this? Sully's gaze moved to the bottom of the screen. He wasn't interested in politics, and he didn't have a trace of goodwill toward the Federation government. As a result, he actually felt some sympathy for George Carlin. He suddenly noticed an interesting anecdote about George Carlin. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. Why was this argument so familiar? Chapter 60. After George Carlin walked up to the altar, all of the content of his lectures at Capital University, even his casual conversations, were collected by his worshippers and uploaded onto the internet. This historical and political scientist was clearly not a pedantic person who only knew how to read books. Instead, he had a wide range of interests and had dabbled in the field of art. However, his achievements in these fields were not as high as his achievements in his field. Even this scholar could not shake off his male hobbies. He often liked to comment on the late Second Great War between the Federation and the Empire when he was half drunk. He had many comments on war, but unfortunately, even his most loyal worshippers had to admit that this gentleman really did not know anything about war. Most of his comments were absurd, often far from the development of reality. In particular, his comments on Mecca were hilarious to countless people. Although individual Mecca are extremely mobile, the amount of energy and ammunition they can carry is seriously insufficient. They are categorized as high-energy, low-energy weapons, definitely not in line with economic principles and political needs. In modern warfare, if individual mecha are said to be beautiful and expensive diamonds, then any of the most primitive group cannons would be able to burn these diamonds into black charcoal. This conversation had taken place at a university cocktail party in the spring of the 27th year of the constitutional calendar, and later became one of St. George's anecdotes. Sulu had also seen this passage. He scratched his head curiously, feeling that this passage was unbelievably familiar. After thinking for a long time, he remembered that in the endless twilight outside the mine, whenever he showed a yearning for Mecca, Uncle Fong, you would say this passage in an incomparably mocking tone. Uncle actually reads George Carlin's quotes. Sulu recalled that white-haired fellow with a mouthful of rotten teeth. No matter how he thought about it, the other did not seem like someone interested in history, politics, or political gossip. He could not help but laugh. Tossing the matter of George Carlin to the back of his mind, Sulu continued his night tour of the internet. With great familiarity, he entered a certain forum and began to carefully read the documents on the 300th entry. This was a propaganda forum about the spirit of the First Charter. There was everything on the First Charter. By now, Sulu had already shaken off the panic of fleeing. The camouflage chip behind his neck seemed to be able to completely evade the brilliance of the First Charter. However, he was still a little worried and wanted to know more about the First Charter. He had been working on the project since 2 months ago. After browsing the network of the Capitol Ring for a long time, he was shocked to discover that the files about the Bureau of Proclamation, the electronic surveillance network of the Federation, and the central computer were all openly available on the network and in the library for the citizens of the Federation to read. The working procedures of the Bureau of Proclamation and the authority of the central computer were not secrets. Perhaps only the absolute transparency of this process could allow the citizens of the Federation to accept the existence of the first charter. Sulu would sometimes think like this in his heart. The more he knew, the less he didn't know, and the less fear he had. He stopped searching through the documents and stared at the metal bracelet on his wrist, deep in thought. The ability to create the camouflage chip was enough to defeat all the Nebula Award winners in the past 100 years. Who exactly was the boss? Why did he know so much about the Bureau of Proclamation and the central computer that gathered the crystallization of human wisdom? There was no need to continue thinking about questions that could not be answered. Gently stroking the smooth and textured surface of the metal bracelet, Suli's finger gently tapped on the holographic screen and connected to the government bulletin board. After rummaging under the information tree for a long time, he finally found the information about the third prison in the East Forest region, Foggy State. Brother Wei will be released from prison in a week. Sulu looked at the familiar name on the bulletin board and felt inexplicably sad. He had very few friends in his life. Brother Wei and Chang Zi were two, and Shi Qinghai, who he had just met recently, could barely be considered one. Of course, the boss was one. Xiao Chang, who was not yet 14 years old, was sent to the juvenile detention center. He wondered how anxious his mother would be. What about Li Wei? What could he do after he was released from prison? Would he really become a gangster when he returned to Zhongluo Street? Sulu felt anxious. He lowered his head and thought for a long time. The smile on his face that rarely disappeared at this time. He finally made up his mind and began to look for reliable ways on the internet, hoping to find a way to send a sum of money to Li Wei. The bank card that Feng Yu left him still had more than 3 million Federation coins. This was something he found out after downloading the Sanlin United Bank app a few days ago. He planned to send 1 million to Li Wei, believing that this could help Li Wei embark on a completely different path. From a rational point of view, Sulu knew that his actions were not wise. If the Federation suspected something in the future, it would be very easy to find out from Li Wei through the financial monitoring system. However, Sulu just could not watch his friends suffer in a distant place, not to mention that Li Wei was imprisoned because of him. In his opinion, there were many things in this world that were more important. Of course, he would be extremely careful and try not to leave any clues. Thinking of his boss, thinking of Li Wei, thinking of his hometown, Sulu felt frustrated. After a moment of daze, he took out the name card made of pure natural fiber from his pocket. After glancing at it, he put it away in the metal drawer. He thought of the cute little girl on the spaceship. This name card was given to him by Madame Zhong. Once he thought of the distant and terrifying existence of the 7 great families, Suli's mood became a little strange. His boss had died at the hands of the 4th Military Region, and quite a few of Silin's soldiers knew what he looked like. If there wasn't a major change in his life, then he would never have dialed the number on the business card. He probably wouldn't have met that little girl again in this life, unless he had a death wish. If there was a day when he really needed to call that number, then it could only mean that in his life there was already a problem that was more terrifying than death. Yue University's West Gate, which had been sealed for decades, was reopened a few days ago. Due to the shorter distance, the students chose to leave the university through the West Gate. Originally, not many people used the back gate, but now it was even more deserted. It was possible that not a single person would appear for several hours. Only the pear trees accompanied the lonely teenager in the gatehouse. At this time, it was already late at night, and the spring wind quietly subsided. Sulu walked to the middle of the iron gate under the shadow of the pear trees. After locking the iron gate, he returned to his room and swiped his card. Only then did he turn off all the lights, turn on the automatic monitoring device, and walk back to his bedroom. In the darkness, Sulu, who was wearing only a single piece of underwear, did the horse stance for half an hour. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and started revising the 10 stiff mechanical movements. Every time he entered his knee, raised his elbow, and turned his wrist, they were all so forceful and powerful. There was no turning back, and there was no other way to describe it. In the end, he took a shower. Facing the mirror, he used a small knife to scrape between his eyebrows for a long time. Only then did he carry his aching and tired body to bed and fall into a deep sleep. In his sleep in the darkness, he did not notice that there was an extremely difficult to detect wave on his naked body. It was moving along a certain path, turning back, and finally circling back to its original point, forming a passage, and then continuing. These waves and tremors became clearer and clearer, but also more and more inconspicuous. It was as if they were about to hide under his skin, into his muscles and joints, never to be seen by others again. Life in Ua University was unchanging. Every day, Sulu would sit in on class and absorb the knowledge that was digitized and turned into blueprints. That was the most basic knowledge, but also the part that he lacked the most. For years of working as a mechanic had made his practical ability abnormally strong. However, for some reason, the mechanic, Feng Yu, had never taught him any theoretical knowledge. Today, Sulu was in an awkward situation. He knew how to do it, but he did not know why. Ua University's professors' dry theoretical lectures just so happened to satisfy his needs in this aspect. Therefore, he lived an abnormally fulfilling life. He only had to wait for the next semester's experimental class to begin, to verify the results of his combination of theory and practice. He did not know what Shi Qinghai had been busy with recently. He only came over to say hello one afternoon, and then disappeared. Sulu knew that this rogue official had not been fired. He could not help but be surprised at his ability. He knew how busy the Federation Investigation Bureau was, but he did not complain about missing a few drinks. However, for some reason, Sulu was not used to not seeing that guy for a few days. The revenge that the two of them had been worried about, the revenge of that pair of cold-blooded siblings, did not come as expected. However, Sulu still cautiously stayed within the campus, not taking a single step out of the Iron Gate. If this peaceful life continued, Sulu would definitely be very satisfied. He had already bought a summer ticket to the hometown recorded in the chip to take a look. He seemed to have gotten used to his fake identity and did not want to be disturbed by other things. However, on that day, Sulu felt that the campus's atmosphere was a little strange. The students walking between the school's experimental building and the dormitory had a normal expression, but Sulu felt that something was about to happen. Perhaps it was because the principal suddenly appeared in the deserted back door. To talk to him, Sulu lowered his head and tried his best to remain calm. Although Ua University was not famous, it seemed to have a high position within the government. This seemingly ordinary principal's position was definitely not low. Why would such a person specifically come to the front door to talk to him? At this time, Sulu had already forgotten about the recommendation letter. He could only guess that the principal had come to the back door to investigate something. However, why did he not discover anything? He subconsciously looked out of the window. Chapter 61. That night, Sulu, who was equally exhausted after completing the entire set of exercises in the dark, entered the bathroom again. After taking a cold shower, he seemed to feel much better. He took out the sharp knife from the hollowed-out tile behind the mirror and began to carefully shave his eyebrows in front of the mirror. Every strand of hair was trimmed very carefully. Finally, he applied some spring toning lotion between his eyebrows. He looked at his face in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. Su Lu did not have the habit of being narcissistic, nor did he have the intention to make his ordinary face handsome. Even if he did, he would not choose to do it in the wee hours of the morning unless he was crazy. The advertisement on Channel 23 said that this toner could shrink pores, so he had been experimenting with it for the past 2 months. After scrutinizing his face in front of the mirror for a long time, he confirmed that the pores between his eyebrows were so small that they could not be seen. If he did not use a magnifying glass, he would definitely not be able to tell that there were eyebrows on his smooth skin. The most distinctive feature of his ordinary face was his pair of eyebrows. Back at the mining pit, Feng Yu had once said that his eyebrows were like knives, too straight, too straight. The purpose of trimming eyebrows was not to make his facial features more supple, but to alter the space between his eyebrows to change his appearance. After all, he did not dare to reveal his true identity. Although the West Woods and Eastwood were extremely far away from the capital ring, who could be sure about the matters of the mortal world? Perhaps at some point in time, someone who had seen Su Lu before would come to Yue University. Su Li's eyebrows were originally as dark as ink, and they were joined together in the middle, looking like a sharp and unstoppable machete. For the past 2 months, he had been trimming his eyebrows nonstop because he wanted to cut off this pair of straight eyebrows from the middle. The results were not bad. At least, the face in the mirror was indeed slightly different from his original appearance, although the difference was not too obvious. If Su Li's eyebrows were previously like machetes, then now his eyebrows were still as straight as before, but they had become 2 small throwing knives that were pointing at his temples. It was a sleepless night. Su Lu sat in the darkness, staring at the tightly shut iron door. Intuition was actually just a sensitive judgment triggered by countless subtle changes, or even a subconscious judgment. Su Lu was a person who was good at observing things. Feng Yu had once admired this trait of his, so he trusted his own intuition. What did the sudden arrival and silent departure of the principal, the sudden reopening of Zizaman a few days ago, and the absolute silence at the back gate of the school mean? He smelled the scent of danger, just like on the green grassland on the other side of the electronic fence. There seemed to be many wild beasts lurking in the grass. What made him uneasy was that he could not find where these dangers were at all. With his fingers gently stroking the metal handle in his palm, Su Lu narrowed his eyes. He knew that as long as he pushed the button, the front end of the gadget, which looked like a data storage device, would spurt out a strong current. When the accumulated current was used up, it could even eject a sharp dagger. With such a sharp weapon to protect himself, his mood calmed down a little. However, when he thought of the arrogant people in front of the nightclub pulling out their pistols on the street, his heart was no longer so calm. Years ago, he made 2 taser batons under the guidance of Feng Yu, in addition to giving one to Li Wei, which indirectly led to the subsequent events. The other one was always by his side for self-defense. It had electrocuted a bison and stunned the police chief. It was affectionately called Handle by him. When he left Hushy State, the handle had been cremated with the chip in the incinerator. The one in his hand was made a month ago. The department he was attending hadn't started their experimental classes yet, but it wasn't difficult to find suitable materials on campus. After ordering some special components online, Su Lu made this thing again and finally gave it a name. It was called Flying Dagger. The long night passed by as Sulu waited. The horizon gradually brightened, and the two faint shadows of the moon in the sky above planet S1 gradually disappeared from the horizon. A kind of gray haze began to cover the sky. The air was filled with the smell of freshness and coolness. The morning breeze blew around Pear Garden, but it blew the light fog closer and closer, thicker and thicker. Although it was already morning, it was still the first morning. The people on campus were still sleeping, and the insects that had been chirping all night felt tired. One by one, they stopped singing. The surroundings were quiet. Sulu was already sleepy. He laughed at himself. He thought to himself that he was not as experienced as the uncle in escaping. Just a random thought had made him nervous for an entire night. If this continued, he was afraid that he would die from exhaustion even before the Federation government came to catch him. He opened the window to let the breeze in. Then he prepared to turn on the lights and go back to bed to catch up on sleep. However, just as his finger was about to touch the touch switch, he heard a strange sound. The electronic switch of UA University's deserted rear iron gate emitted a soft beep. Then, the gate slowly opened in the thin morning fog. Sulu looked at this scene in astonishment. His hand tightened around the flying dagger. The fact that the iron gate opened without his knowledge could only mean that someone with higher authority in the university had entered a command without his knowledge. If he was still sleeping, he definitely wouldn't have heard the beep. That way, no matter who entered the campus, he wouldn't know. At this moment, although he was astonished, he also let go of the worry in his heart. He believed that the strange guest that was about to arrive was definitely not looking for trouble with him. That was because regardless of the time period, no one would use such an open and above-board method to hunt him down. Furthermore, opening the school gate and capturing him didn't seem to be related at all. However, this scene did look a little strange. In the thin fog, the iron gate slowly opened, but there wasn't a single person around. It looked like a horror scene that was commonly seen in movies. A completely black car quickly drove in from the fog, following the road outside the university towards Pear Garden. Just by looking at the dispersing white fog, one could tell how fast the car was traveling. However, at such a speed, the black car didn't make any sound. It looked like a ghost that appeared and disappeared. What was strange was that when Sulu saw the black car, he felt that the smell of danger around him seemed to have lessened significantly. His strong curiosity made him walk to the window and secretly peek at the scene. He couldn't understand how such an extremely ordinary-looking car without a logo could drive so smoothly and naturally. It even gave off a lively feeling. Suddenly, Sulu noticed that a figure had appeared in the thin fog on campus at some point. It was a female student wearing glasses. She was wearing a set of floral pajamas and hugging a book as she walked sleepily on the road to Pear Garden. There was still some distance to the apartment building, and it had been especially quiet recently. However, there were still students who coveted the beautiful scenery of Pear Garden and came here for their morning study. However, very few students woke up this early for morning study. At this moment, Sulu didn't have time to consider why the female student would suddenly appear here. This was because he realized that the figure of the female student, whose eyes were not fully open, was blurry in the fog, and the black car driving in from outside the university didn't seem to have noticed her, continuing to drive at high speed. If nothing unexpected happened, perhaps in a few seconds, that poor female student would be hit by that strange black car and sent flying into the sky to see the scenery of Pear Garden. There was no time to shout because the person in the car couldn't hear him. Furthermore, Sulu had a feeling that even if the other party heard him, they wouldn't slow down. As for that sleepy and confused female student, Sulu didn't dare hope that he could wake her up. Therefore, he directly jumped out of the window and rushed toward the female student as fast as he could. He was even faster than when he was racing with the bison. He directly threw the female student onto the grass by the side of the road. Just as the two of them fell to the ground, the black car drove past them at high speed like a ghost. It didn't slow down, didn't stop, and didn't even pay attention to the episode that happened here. It only stirred up a few green leaves on the ground as it disappeared into the foggy campus. The moment Sulu rushed out, he suddenly felt countless gazes on him. However, following the scene that happened later, those gazes disappeared at the same time. However, at this moment, the youth's mood was somewhat angry. He was angry at that car that didn't care about life or death, so he couldn't care less about these strange feelings. He angrily glared at the back of that black car and cursed under his breath. Zhang Xiaoming endured the pain in her knee and struggled to stand up from the young man's embrace. She glanced in the direction that the black car disappeared in from the corner of her eyes. Incomparable disappointment and anger welled up in her heart. The councilman arranged for her to return to Yue University in order to make contact with that person, in order to obtain information about that person entering the campus from the back door in the wee hours of the morning. How much effort did the people of S2 put in? She also understood that this kind of coincidental encounter was too risky, but she had no choice. Just as things were developing according to plan, they were interrupted by an accident. However, when she turned around to look at the person, she was surprised to see a familiar face. Especially the sincere concern on the face and the sincerity in the eyes. It made her remember who the other person was, the person who shared the puppy biscuits with her. Zhang Xiaoming stared into Su Li's eyes in shock. She felt as if Su Li's gaze was like two flying daggers staring into her eyes. For a moment, she panicked and forgot her most important task. At this time, Su Li was also stunned. He realized that the girl in his arms was the same innocent girl he met on the bus when school started. His palm felt very soft to the touch. He then realized that he was still hugging her waist and buttocks. A breath of spring hit him in the face, and he suddenly turned into a stiff rock in the Donglin countryside. When the young man and woman turned into statues, the black car had already passed through the thin mist. In the back seat of the car, a young man about 17 or 18 years old opened his tired eyes and subconsciously looked back. Beside him, a person who looked like a butler said respectfully, "Please rest assured, young master, although the family still can't send anyone, the special task force has taken the initiative to send 12 special agents. They will definitely ensure your safety while you study here. Uncle Jean, please call me by my name, Tai Ziyuan," the young man said sincerely. He suddenly laughed bitterly. "I keep feeling like someone was glaring at me just now. It was so fierce, like two throwing knives. It seems that our family is quite annoying in the Federation." Chapter 62. In this S2 Regional Council election, the members of the opposition did not exceed the predictions of election experts. They successfully won 243 seats and successfully took control of the management committees of the 4 administrative states. Politicians in the Federation's capital ring have accused these members of the opposition, who are used to communicating in private. As a result, Article 2 of the Federation Charter, which has maintained the political balance of the Federation for 600 years, has become a piece of paper. The courtyard was filled with green bamboos. Against the backdrop of the natural scenery, the light screen hanging on the snow-white wall looked more like a picture. However, at this time, the famous female reporter from Channel 4 of the Federation had a serious expression on her face. She was blabbering on endlessly. 30 years ago, when the banner of George Carlin was raised, the anti-government forces gave up on resisting the Federation by force. Instead, They pursued the principle of nonviolence and non-cooperation. However, starting 5 years ago, the anti-government forces began to change their attitude. Under the framework of negotiations with the Federation government, they participated in the political election affairs of the Federation. The leader of the anti-government forces, Medellin, is a strong supporter and promoter of this big change. Medellin was elected as a member of the S2 administrative region 4 years ago. According to sources, Medellin is preparing to participate in this autumn's election of the Federation Management Committee and run for the position of a member of the Federation. Deep in the courtyard, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a black, double-breasted retro suit silently watched the light screen and listened to the female reporter's analysis. This time, the anti-government forces. The female reporter's face on the screen was slightly flustered, but she quickly regained her composure. The reason why the opposition members of the parliament were able to win the local elections of the S2 administrative region was because the 4 mountainous states of S2 were the actual areas of the opposition. On the eve of the election, the results of the investigation of the strange explosion in the Eastwood region in year 65 of the constitutional calendar were announced, which dealt a heavy blow to the traditional members of the Federation. The opposition members have presented evidence to prove that the President's office, the Special Task Force, the Ministry of Defense, and the Management Committee were all involved in concealing the truth of the explosion. This has caused the public's disappointment in the political figures to reach a new level. The middle-aged man's brows furrowed slightly, shaking his head with a sigh. He listened to the female reporter on the screen speak with a trace of excitement. Although the president immediately ordered an investigation into this matter and announced to the public through the Bureau of Proclamation that the spring of year 65 of the constitutional calendar, the accidental death of 300 soldiers in the Donglan region's Hashi province, as well as the serious damage to the surface of the residential area, resulting in an irreversible ecological disaster, was due to a secret operation by the Federation against the Bureau of Proclamation's #1 target, the treasonous mechanic Euphome. However, this explanation still doesn't satisfy the public because no one can understand why such an open operation would be hidden for an entire year and all the news media didn't receive the slightest bit of news. In the face of the opposition members' accusations, the Federation has given the most serious response. The spokesperson of the Ministry of Defense has publicly accused the opposition of not abiding by the treaty and of still having armed forces in the S2 administrative region. Senator Macklin's office issued a press release yesterday sternly denying this accusation and warning the Federation government not to try to divert the public's attention. They demanded that the government explain why the operation against Mechanic Euphome was deliberately hidden for so long and what secrets there are behind this matter. The following is the background information of the news. Mechanic Euphome, once an assistant instructor in mecha repair at the Capital Planet's 2nd Military Academy, was recruited into the army at the end of the Third War between the Federation and the Empire. The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, shaking his head as he turned off the light-screen television. He knew more about Mechanic Euphome's information than most people in this world, even more than the Federation government, and the leader of the opposition, Macklin. He walked towards the green courtyard, passing by a few paddy fields and a few red carp ponds, and the heaviness in his heart gradually dissipated, although his family was sparse. And far from being as powerful as the legendary 7 big families, to be able to own such a large manor in Philadelphia, the middle-aged man knew how much trust and respect the people of the Federation had for his family. After walking for a few minutes, the middle-aged man came to the front of a flat lake. He looked at the side of the lake and lowered his head. "Father, the news about Uncle has been confirmed. Just as you expected, he should be gone. The information we got from the Ministry of Defense was half a year late. Philadelphia, 1,300 kilometers away from the capital, was a tourist destination that was warm in winter and cool in summer. To be able to own such a large manor in such a place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, it was enough to show the status of the people who lived here. This lake was so long that one couldn't tell how big it was. A gentle breeze blew, and the water was still like a mirror reflecting the snowy peaks of the mountains in the distance, making one feel that nothing could be more beautiful than this. An old man was sitting on a bluestone by the lake. He was wearing a very simple but slightly retro long gown. His long white hair was scattered behind him, and his back looked very old. However, the appearance of this old man didn't affect this picturesque scenery. The slightly thin and old body seemed to have stayed by the lake for countless years, and had already become one with the lake and the mountain. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the old man slowly lowered his head and looked at the clear lake in front of him. He seemed to be sad, but also seemed to be relieved. He said, "It's good that he's dead. He should have died 40 years ago, and he should have died 14 years ago. But he didn't die, and he will never die. The sooner I die, the sooner I'll be relieved. I'm already willing to die." Hearing these ominous words, the middle-aged man was shocked. He was worried that his father would be too sad because of the news of his uncle's death. Although he didn't know the strange relationship between his father and his uncle, he had heard too much about his uncle's deeds since he was a child. He knew that his father had always cared about his younger brother. He walked up behind the old man and said with concern, "Uncle was able to escape the Federation's arrest in the past. He might be able to do the same this time. I don't want to care about these things. A brother who has disappeared for several decades is no different from being dead." The old man's back view was bleak, but the middle-aged man's gaze remained respectful. Although they were father and son, he always felt that his father was more like the image that the Federation had promoted. Since he was a child, he had always felt a sense of distance from his father. The old man sighed, his voice filled with extremely complicated emotions. "Your uncle was a genius. No matter what he did, he could do it to the extreme. Back then, he made great contributions to the Federation's development. It's just that he was a liberal. The things he thought in his head were things that even I couldn't understand. He never considered what others thought when he did things. There's an old saying that if you sowed evil, you would have to bear evil consequences. Since he had violated the Federation's laws, caused the deaths of so many people, and caused so much trouble, perhaps his death could be considered some form of compensation to those innocent people." The middle-aged man knew that his father wasn't referring to the great explosion that had occurred when they had attacked the Empire. He didn't know much about those things from the distant past. After a moment of silence, he said, "The president's personal letter arrived last night. Would you like to take a look?" After a moment of silence, the old man said, "I respect the spirit of the Federation, and I also respect the representative of the Federation, Mr. President. However, I don't want to look at that letter. I don't want an outsider to tell me that they had already killed my younger brother a year ago, even though I don't mind killing him with my own hands. The only one who knows about the relationship between your uncle and me is that woman from the Tai family. Mr. President might have only found out recently. Right now, I'm just a statue of the Federation. Of course, he wouldn't want me to have anything to do with that notorious mechanic. A few decades ago, I punched your uncle and knocked out 17 of his teeth. From that day onwards, I cut all ties with him, and we haven't had any contact since." The old man slowly stood up from the rock. Looking at the restless bubbles in the calm lake, he felt his old heart gradually become empty. "There are some people in the government who have always wanted to get your uncle's star map, while there are others who don't want that star map to be leaked. With these two powerful forces joining forces, no matter how many times your uncle can split himself, It's impossible for him to hide safely forever. I don't understand. My uncle is a person who loves to be in a lively situation. Every time the middle-aged man thought of his uncle, who was the most unknown but also the most talented in the family, he felt a chill run down his spine. Back when the Bureau of Proclamation first issued a warrant for his arrest, he still took the risk to stay in the various academies on the capital planet. Why has he been willing to stay in the Donglin district for the past 10 years or so? Nowadays, Donglin is so deserted. In the past, he was willing to stay in S1 and play different roles because he always had the wrong idea. He thought that the glory of the first charter was a humiliation, so he took the risk to stay here, to challenge the eyes of the first charter in the most dangerous place. Underneath this kind of nonsense lies his madness and courage. Why did he leave? Naturally, it was because he thought that the first charter was no longer a shackle to his freedom. Naturally, he didn't want to continue playing this game. The reason he went to Donglin, I am probably the only one in the world who can understand, under the twilight, the disappearance of a fragment of civilization, how breathtaking and beautiful it is. The old man said calmly, "This is what your uncle wanted to see when he went to Donglin. The things he was searching for in this universe are incomprehensible to normal people. It is only after I have grown old that I understand the choice he made back then. From a certain perspective, I am still not as good as him." The middle-aged man looked at his father's back quietly. The family had produced 2 top figures in the previous generation, but one of them was famous throughout the Federation and the Empire. During the First War, he successfully assassinated the ambitious emperor of the Empire. In this era, where individual heroism had long since declined, he became the #1 hero of the Federation. The other valiantly fought against the glory of the First Charter for his entire life. In the end, he died quietly as a small character and a traitor. Now his uncle was dead, and his father was old. How would the Lees of Philadelphia continue in the future? He stayed in Donglin for more than 10 years. There should be some people close to him. The war god of the Federation was just an old man reminiscing about the past. He said slowly, "He has always been a cold-blooded man. I am afraid he will not care about the lives of those after his death. Go and investigate. If there is anyone close to him, help them in secret if you can." I have already investigated. Uncle had an apprentice in Donglin, and they were quite close. However, that apprentice was unfortunately killed in an operation by the Federation. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. The old man looked at the lake and thought to himself, "No matter whether you are dead or alive, you and I are brothers. We are just 2 men." Chapter 63. In the manner of the Lees of Philadelphia, who had been shrouded in a heroic aura for decades, the war-godly Pifu, who was incomparably respected by the citizens of the Federation, had seriously considered taking care of a pitiful and innocent little apprentice. Unfortunately, according to the central computer of the Bureau of Proclamation, the little apprentice was already dead. Therefore, everyone in the Federation believed that the little apprentice could not possibly still be alive. Of course, Sulu was not dead. He also did not know that the Lees of Philadelphia had tried to find him and take care of him. He also did not know that Uncle Fong Yu had any relationship with the Lees of Philadelphia. Even the rotten teeth that he had ridiculed for many years were actually personally knocked out by the war god. If he knew these shocking secrets, would he have touched Fong Yu's rotten teeth with a gaze of worship? If he knew all of these, perhaps he would understand why. In the bloody twilight above the mine, when Uncle Fong Yu mentioned the old man that everyone in the Federation respected, he actually used the 3 words, "old man," without any respect. At this time, Su Lu was eating in a simple three-story building. He used a knife and fork to strenuously cut the wild beef on his plate. From time to time, he would raise his head to look at the unstable light patterns on the wall. The television was still talking about the election of the local state management committee members, and it also mentioned the secret operation in the Eastwoods region. Any secret operation of the Federation could be labeled as a shady operation by the opposition members. Using George Carlin's theory, they would hoarsely criticize it. However, as the person involved, Su Lu did not have this kind of interest. He knew that there was a shady operation behind the uncle's death, but that shady operation should have fallen many years ago. The wild beef on the plate was very hard. He had just dug it out of the freezer yesterday. He did not know how many years it had been frozen, but the meat did not have any freshness. Fortunately, it did not go bad. He ate it like a piece of wood and digested it. For Su Lu, it was much better than synthetic food. At this time, it was already the end of summer. The air conditioning system that he had just repaired began to send in a cool breeze, but it did not have time to drive away the heat. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and finished the beef on the plate as fast as he could. He rubbed his stomach and, somewhat unsatisfied, walked into the house. He began to rummage and memorize the bits and pieces. According to the government's Land Management Bureau, this three-story building belonged to Su Lu. In other words, this was the home of the retired soldier, Su Lu. 6 months into Yue University's summer vacation, Su Lu took out the ticket that he had bought a long time ago and embarked on the journey back to his home. In order to live a safer life in the Federation, he had to know where his home was. He had to familiarize himself with the local life and customs as much as possible, and even the possible accent. This way, he would not give himself away as much as possible. Sure, Qinghai easily saw that he was a person with a secret, so Su Lu had to be more cautious. However, he did not expect that the home that the uncle had set for his disguised chip was so far away. He took a 7-hour flight from Linhai Airport, an 11-hour bus ride, and finally walked for half a day before he arrived at this small town. He had already stayed in this small town for a few days, and he was more and more shocked by Uncle Feng Yu's ability. The choice of this small town was too awesome. Not only was it remote, but because of the landslides, most of the residents had moved into the new settlement opened by the state government. Even the few residents who stayed in the town had mostly forgotten who the three-story building belonged to. It was a very inexplicable thing, wasn't it? In fact, it was just the burden of life that made the few residents lose all interest in inquiring about gossip. The town's primary school and middle school had been closed a few years ago, which made Su Lu feel more at ease. He was also endlessly curious about Feng Yu's ability. To be able to choose such a perfect disguise, one must enter the high-level central control computer of the Federation for a long time to filter through the information. It even meant that Feng Yu had once hacked into the all-knowing central control computer of the Bureau of Proclamation. Su Lu took a shower and stood on the balcony, memorizing the scenery of the small town and the unique plants in his mind. At the same time, he connected the information with reality again to strengthen his memory. He subconsciously touched the metal bracelet on his wrist and thought of the chips on the thin metal wires inside. A single chip represented a brand new identity that no one knew about. If it was as difficult to find a loophole as his current identity, how long would it take to prepare? Thinking of the wild beef hidden in the freezer for many years, a sincere and praying smile appeared on Su Li's ordinary and sincere face. After ending the summer trip back to his hometown, Su Lu returned to Linhai University after a long and arduous journey. In addition to confirming his new identity, this trip also gave him some mental impact. Only now did he know that the Eastwoods region was not the poorest region in the Federation. That small town called Light was the one that was truly poor. He could not understand how such a prosperous and developed federation, especially on the most core planet of the capital ring, could exist in such a place. There was even a profession like a farmer, and not the kind that was performed on stage. Thinking of the pair of siblings he had met before, Sulu had a deeper understanding of the injustice of this society. However, he did not know how this injustice came about and how to solve it. Subconsciously, he still did not have a good impression of the Federation government. Instead, he was curious about the anti-government forces and vaguely recognized them. At the beginning of September, the campus of Yue University opened again. Sulu once again began his boring, shuttling back and forth between the teaching buildings and his room. As expected, Yue University's basic engineering education had a strength that did not match its reputation. Sulu eagerly absorbed the knowledge, such as the operating principle of the Jingnong brand's high-energy storage battery, the data compatibility parameters of the three systems in a closed structure, the law of the automatic layer jumping of the crystal ores under illumination. Tomorrow, he would begin to enter the laboratory building and begin practical learning. When Sulu thought of this, he felt the skin on his hands begin to itch. It had been more than a year since he left Eastwoods and the miner's operation room. Other than making himself a self-defense stun baton, it had been a long time since he came into contact with electronic boards, pipes, and metal. That wonderful tactile feeling and the faint smell of high-energy plastic made him miss them very much. What are you thinking about? Are you thinking about applying for a job at Shanglin Guoguo Company in the future? A low and cold voice pulled Sulu out of his thoughts. Stunned, he stopped rubbing his hands and looked at the girl across the table. He smiled awkwardly and said, "I was thinking about tomorrow's experiment class. Will Professor Zhou let us assemble the equipment ourselves?" Yes, in the peaceful university life, the biggest change in Su Li's life was probably the girl across the table who habitually wore high-heeled glasses. She was so quiet and pure that she even seemed a little cold. When the black phantom car drove into Pear Garden, Sulu and Zhang Xiaoming both recognized each other. From that day onwards, they would occasionally meet on campus. As the number of nods and greetings increased, they began to sit together and eat. Although this attracted many puzzled gazes, they did not understand why Zhang Xiaoming, who came from a good family, would be so close to the gatekeeper. Although Sulu did not like to be the center of attention, he still liked to sit together with Zhang Xiaoming. Zhang Xiaoming looked at the nerd across from her and sighed in her heart. The Federation Investigation Bureau's surveillance team finally withdrew after a semester. The students on campus had also gotten used to their return from S2. Everything returned to normal. The target she wanted to get in touch with seemed to have disappeared from the campus forever. If this continued, she even wondered if she had really become an innocent student. Eating with Sulu didn't mean anything to her. She just thought that a retired soldier who worked as a concierge, studied in school, and wanted to enter the Nutshell Company as a mechanical engineer in the future was really a very hard-working young man. She appreciated this very much. At the same time, she wanted to treat Sulu to a few more meals. Perhaps it was because she once ate his dog biscuits and misunderstood him. Also, she guessed that Su Li's financial situation was not particularly good. As for why they met at the airport bus, she thought it was because of the benefits given by the Department of Defense for retired soldiers. Next month is the Double Moon Festival. There's a school dance. Zhang Xiaoming looked at him and said, "I need a male companion. Are you willing to go with me?" After hearing this request, Sulu did not immediately speak. Zhang Xiaoming looked at him quietly. She did not understand why she suddenly made such a request. Seeing that Sulu did not speak for a long time, a trace of disappointment flashed through her heart. She was not disappointed that Sulu refused, but that Sulu was afraid of being looked at differently and retreated. Maybe she really did have to go to that boring but necessary dance alone. I have the money to buy suitable clothes. If you don't have a blind date at the ball, and if you don't have people chasing after you, you don't need me to be your temporary boyfriend or shield. Sulu looked up and said seriously, "Then I'm willing to go with you." Hearing so many prerequisites, Zhang Xiaoming was not angry. Instead, she smiled happily. A bright light flashed through her glasses. Chapter 64. Even though your smile right now is very lewd, which is similar to my shameless style, but I still have to tell you a big piece of bad news. I'm sorry to wake you up from your wet dream. Yua University's afternoon weather was always so warm, making people feel lazy. Sulu looked at the familiar pretty face outside the iron gate and the lewd smile on the lazy rogue official's face. He couldn't help but curse. If you have something to say it quickly. In the past few months, sure, Qinghai had been busy with work, but no one knew what he was busy with. In any case, he had lost a lot of weight. However, this weight loss made the lines of his face more distinct. Coupled with that pair of mesmerizing peach blossom eyes, he had lost a little of his charm and added a little of his heroic spirit, which attracted the burning gazes of those middle-aged female creatures. Shi Qinghai passed a cigarette through the gap between the iron gate and lit one for himself. He said seriously, "The Zhou family siblings arrived in Linhai yesterday. You have to be careful. Don't go out of school until I give you the exact news." Su Li's fingers froze, and he didn't light the cigarette. He was stunned for a moment before he remembered the two faces that weren't ugly but were extremely annoying. In the past few months, he had been busy learning the basics of mechanics, practicing martial arts every night, and experiencing the youth that suddenly hit his waist. He had actually forgotten about this matter. He looked at Shi Qinghai and asked, "Where did you get the news?" "Don't forget that I'm a field agent." Shi Qinghai's tone was not relaxed. He also felt unlucky. Last time, he took a huge risk and opened fire in front of the nightclub. He wanted to muddy the waters. But he didn't expect that the big boss of the Ministry of National Defense would be so shameless as to send his own children after a few months. Shi Qinghai wasn't afraid of the other party's revenge. As long as he had a gun, not many people could deal with him. The problem was Sulu. He was very worried about his only friend. No matter how good a young concierge was at fighting, he would never be a match for those people. What made Shi Qinghai most upset was that it was all his fault that Sulu had offended that pair of siblings. Is there such a vengeful person in this world? Sulu, of course, knew that there really were such people in the world. Those big shots in the upper echelons of society, once their reputation was damaged, they definitely wouldn't stop until they took it back even more severely. You said that the major was from the 3rd Military Region. Could it be that he was specially transferred to Linhai to deal with us? They naturally didn't come to Linhai for us, but I'm afraid they're very willing to deal with us 2 dogs who dare to bark. Shi Qinghai's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess. Looking at Su Li's honest and ordinary face, he thought that if that pair of siblings really did mess around, he would have no choice but to be ruthless. The worst that could happen was that he would be fired from the organization. But firing and purging seemed to be words of agreement. He suddenly thought of this and felt that his chest was wide open. He smiled at Sulu and said, "Don't worry too much. Leave it to me. But you have to tell me, why were you smiling so obscenely under the sun just now? Did something good happen?" Sulu was stunned, but Shi Qinghai's expression changed. He looked at him seriously and said, "Don't tell me that this is your first time in a relationship." Sulu didn't nod or shake his head. He was just in a daze. Shi Qinghai stared at him for a long time, then suddenly said seriously, "Don't be fooled, bro. What is love? Love is a C**NT. Although Shi Qinghai wasn't a gentleman and could even be said to be a hoodlum who had ruined many girls, he rarely said such vulgar words. After hearing this, Su Lu didn't get angry. He frowned and said, "Love is the staring of eyes, the friction of flesh, and the exchange of body fluids." These 3 sentences suddenly shocked Shi Qinghai. He looked at Su Lu as if he was looking at a stranger. He thought to himself, how could this seemingly honest guy come up with such a vulgar and incomparably accurate argument? He didn't pay attention to Su Lu, who was still in a daze, and walked towards the black official car. Sitting in the driver's seat, he looked at Su Lu, who was still leaning against the seat under the sun, and shook his head. He didn't have much time to care about Su Li's personal affairs. In the past few months, he had mobilized all the resources at hand, but still couldn't find the location of that crown prince in the university. Sometimes he even wondered why the organization valued this young man so much. Was there such a person in the world? Shi Qinghai drove away, leaving behind a dazed Su Lu. He raised his head and looked at the slightly glaring sunlight. He remembered that yesterday he and Zhang Xiaoming had walked slowly on the track in the sports field under such sunlight. Countless students had looked at them strangely. It seemed that he had become famous against his will. The 3 sentences about love were often nagged by Uncle Fengyu, who often visited the leisure center. Su Lu said it subconsciously, but in his heart, he couldn't agree with such a blatant point of view. Could he and Zhang Xiaoming have a future? Without needing more time to think, Su Lu denied this point. Su Lu gave Zhang Xiaoming a very good first impression. He was a sincere and kind young man. Later on, she found that Su Lu had more good points. For example, he was motivated, hardworking, and focused. But what could she do? She could only carefully keep a distance from him, but she also coveted that trace of sincerity. After all, one day she would leave Yue University and return to the councilman's side to help him deal with those complicated matters. She often reminded herself not to be too greedy. This period of peaceful school life was enough. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Maybe he could really achieve his dream of entering the Shell Motor Company, but what did that have to do with her? Su Lu knew how he felt about Zhang Xiaoming. He only felt that her eyes, covered by black-rimmed glasses, were very calm and attractive. As a young man under the age of 20, this was the first time he had such one-on-one contact with a member of the opposite sex. He couldn't help but start to glow. He liked to sit with her, but he also had to carefully keep a distance. It wasn't because of those strange and surprised gazes, nor was it because of her excellent family background. It was because of his own problem. He didn't know when the Federation soldiers would come to arrest him. Su Lu had never been in a relationship before, and neither had Zhang Xiaoming, but they were both at the age of falling in love. It was like the trees in the pear garden that would naturally grow in spring. Interestingly, they didn't know what love was, but they started to like this feeling. But because of some practical or absurd reasons, they kept a distance, so that the feelings that they might or might not have were only in their hearts. Since it was only in their hearts that no one could see, they naturally couldn't talk about whether they liked it or not. Their current interactions were like the trees in the pear garden that were tied up with iron wires. It was clumsy and cute. In the clean and spotless operation room, Zhang Xiaoming was clumsily and adorably operating a small laser welding machine. She was trying to join the metal parts on the operation table together. Although she had excellent comprehension in other areas, she was clumsy when it came to moving her hands. Outside her operation room, a few male students watched her operation with concerned eyes. They were so anxious that they wanted to rush in and replace her. Time always made people forget everything. Today's students had long forgotten Zhang Xiaoming's childish behavior of taking a year off from school to go to Administrative District S2. In their eyes, Zhang Xiaoming was a very beautiful and pleasant female student. She also happened to have a good family background and a good personality. Although there were rumors on campus recently that Zhang Xiaoming had become strange again and liked to hang out with that poor janitor, they weren't willing to believe it. According to the inside information from the female dormitory, Zhang Xiaoming also completely denied the possibility of being with that poor guy. Perhaps because they were distracted, they kept the same speed. The few male students subconsciously turned their heads and looked at a completely transparent operation room. Then, they were shocked to hear a beep. 2 minutes and 23 seconds. Professor Zhou, who was wearing a control suit, stared at the display screen with a look of disbelief. He shouted at the young man inside, "Su Le, you're a F** king genius. Yesterday you broke the school's 3-piece assembly record, and today you broke the B blueprint record. F***CK. If it weren't for the fact that you only scored single digits in history, politics, and economics, I would definitely recommend you to the school to become a free official student. I would even recommend you to the first military academy." It was said that Professor Zhou used to be a regiment-level mechanical engineer in a large assembly center of the Ministry of National Defense. He still had a strong military style. His voice was very loud, and it shook the entire laboratory building. Not to mention, at this time, he was shouting with wild joy. For a moment, all the students heard what he said. They looked at the transparent operation room with envy and shock. Zhang Xiaoming, who was clumsily performing the micro-operation of the 4th solder joint through the planar magnifying glass, raised her head in shock. She took off her black-rimmed glasses and looked to the side. She never would have thought that the unusually ordinary-looking boy would have a talent in this area that even Professor Zhou was shocked by. The door of the transparent console room opened, and Su Lu, whose back was already drenched in sweat, walked out. She wiped the sweat that was about to drip from her hair with her sleeves and pretended not to see the surprised looks around her. She nodded at Professor Zhou. The operation skills taught by Uncle Feng you were used to complete the school operation practice, so naturally he was much faster than the students. He was just a little helpless. Once he touched the tools, he would be distracted. He tried his best to slow down from his infatuated state. He was so anxious that he even broke out in cold sweat, but in the end, it seemed that he was still a little too fast. Chapter 65. The burly and tanned Professor Zhou did not look like a well-respected professor on a university campus. He looked more like a man in the military who was exposed to the sun all day long. At this time, in the single office, his voice was still extremely loud. He shouted loudly at Su Lu, who was standing in front of him. "All the stars in the individual star systems of the Federation are called suns by us, and are called suns for short. Su Lu, F***CK. How? The F***CK. Did you do it so fast? Did you learn it before? Tell me the truth." In the past few days of the practical classes, Su Lu had displayed extremely powerful operation ability under the shocked gazes of everyone. This kind of thing was very familiar, so even if he wanted to hide it, there was no way to hide it too well. Professor Zhou knew that this auditing student was still working part-time in the school's gatehouse. He also knew that this kid was a soldier who had just been discharged for half a year. He stared at him curiously, as if he did not understand. "When I was a recruit, there was a chain artillery camp next to the camp. I secretly went there a few times to check it out." Su Lu repeated the resume and information of this identity in his mind and lowered his head. "Then you are A F asterisk king genius. Professor Zhou picked up the teacup and drank 2 mouthfuls. He suddenly frowned and said seriously, "But this doesn't mean anything. These are the most basic things, and in the future they may not be useful in practical work. In this kind of open class, the most important thing is your design ideas. After all, we are a university, not a place to train mechanic soldiers. Even in terms of speed, you are not the fastest. Every time in the Ministry of Defense's recruitment assessment, those crazy soldiers in the assembly base are faster than you. You understand?" "Understood," Su Lu replied loudly, but in his heart, he did not agree with the professor's opinion. He inherited the style of the boss uncle, and his goal was to be faster, smoother, and more accurate. His goal was to be more economical, convenient, and to be able to use local materials. In other words, this damn kid was still subconsciously preparing to repair battleships and mechas like household appliances. However, Su Lu really liked what Professor Zhou said after that. He knew that he was not too out of the ordinary as a mechanic freak and would not attract the attention of that bastard of the Central Charter. "It's a pity that you've already retired from the military. Otherwise, you should have directly applied to become a mechanic in the Ministry of Defense. Studying in a military academy would have been more suitable for you," Professor Zhou said with some regret. "If you apply for the exam as a citizen now, you'll be a bit older. Also, you'll have to wait for 2 years. It's not worth it. How about this? You study hard, and I'll find an opportunity to discuss with the student office to see if we can transfer you to an official student. As for the tuition fees, you don't have to worry too much. The Federation still has a lot of scholarships and subsidies every year." Su Lu knew that Professor Zhou was telling the truth. Every year, the Federation would invest a large amount of money into his education. However, the procedures for reviewing scholarships and grants were very strict. If his results were good enough and he had someone like Professor Zhou as a guarantor, he might be able to become an official student. If he could get a diploma, it would be a great help for him to enter the Shell Motor Company in the future. He stood at attention and said loudly, "Thank you, Professor." "Oh, right. This is the access card for the library's Section H. The materials and tools there are more complete. Some of the declassified blueprints and data from the Ministry of Defense are also stored in the computers there. I think it's more suitable for your level." Professor Zhou took out a small card and threw it over. Su Lu caught it and continued to say loudly, "Thank you, Professor." Holding the small electronic access card, Su Lu left the office, although he had said many thanks, and was somewhat curious about the library's Section H that he had never heard of before. Su Li's mind was still echoing with another sentence from Professor Zhou. The Ministry of Defense Mechanic exam. Su Li's lips curled into a bitter smile. He remembered the yearning for the future of life in the remote Donglin mine. However, he was now on the most prosperous and advanced planet of the Federation's capital. Moreover, he was now on the path to realizing his second dream. What was there to be dissatisfied about? Su Lu took a deep breath and dispelled the shadow in his heart. However, he knew very well that there were still many things that he was dissatisfied with. At this time, Professor Zhou had already left the office. He took the elevator to the top floor and met with the principal of Yue University through his secretary. He looked at the elegant face of the principal and said, "The student you talked about is really not bad. I've already given him the access card for the library's Section H." The principal raised his head from the large office desk and looked at him in confusion. He asked, "You're talking about that young man called Su Lu? I thought you had already given him the access card." "Why? Students who haven't gone through my personal inspection can forget about obtaining the best teaching resources in the Federation." Professor Zhou disagreed with the principal's words. The principal sighed and took off his glasses. He placed them on the table and said, "You're really messing around. Since I've already told you, just do as I say." "That won't do. Your presbyopia is too serious now, and you're not willing to go for laser surgery. Speaking of which, it's only a matter of 2 minutes. Why do you have to wear glasses like that?" Professor Zhou continued to nag. "I still have to personally inspect him. Not only do I have to inspect his knowledge structure and practical ability, but I also have to inspect his moral character. This kid is not bad. Every time I ask him to carry the heaviest things, he doesn't complain at all. He's also not stupid enough to think that a professor like me is discriminating against a penniless auditing student like him." The principal frowned and waved his hand. "This young man has a recommendation letter written by Professor Jean. Although I'm not sure how this young man is so lucky to know Professor Jean. Since that recommendation letter is real, I naturally believe in Professor Jin's judgment. What's there to inspect?" "You're talking about old Jean?" Professor Zhou's expression changed. "He's been gone for more than 20 years. How is he still alive? F***CK. If I knew this was old Jin's secret student, I wouldn't have embarrassed myself by teaching him. He's not old Jin's student. He's just a very enthusiastic and talented student that he met by chance." The principal could not get used to Professor Zhou's attitude. He shook his head disapprovingly. "Old Jean said in the letter that we shouldn't let that kid know that he wrote a recommendation letter." Professor Zhou was stunned. "Wasn't that kid the one who brought that recommendation letter? That's why I said that you don't have to inspect that kid's moral character. Since old Jean said so, he naturally believes that the kid would definitely not open that letter to peek." The principal smiled. "I've never doubted old Jin's judgment. You actually let a student that old Jean set his eyes on be a janitor." Professor Zhou could not understand what these people were thinking. He scratched his head and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to open the door, he suddenly turned around and asked, "Can I not attend the Double Moon Festival dance? I don't know how to dance." "No." The previously easygoing principal suddenly said resolutely, "This has always been a tradition of Yue University. Everyone has to attend." Looking at the tightly shut door, the corner of Yue University's principal's lips curled up slightly. He thought of that friend of his who had left for many years, old Jean. He said that he was going to visit the World Federation and even the Empire, but he did not know where he was now. It was just that such a good friend from back then disappeared just like that. Now that communication technology was so advanced, he actually had the heart to not even send an email greeting card. He was truly a heartless and shameless person. Although he was already an old man, when he thought of that friend who suddenly disappeared, he still felt a surge of anger in his heart. Fortunately, from that recommendation letter, he knew that the other party was still alive and well. He felt a trace of comfort. Following that, he thought of that dance during the Double Moon Festival. He thought of this tradition of Yue University from more than 20 years ago. It was also related to old Jean. At that dance, there was a beautiful story that happened. Moreover, the male and female leads of the story were both very important people. Even though he was a noble principal of a university, he could not help but feel a sense of pride. I wonder if Lady Tai will come to visit her family's young master. A trace of a gratified smile appeared on Yue University's face. Library Area H was not in the library. This was a very interesting thing. Su Lu studied the small electronic card for a long time before finally thinking of using a computer to read the data on it. He found the building located in the most remote area of Yue University. This building was hidden in the boundless forest. There were no eye-catching signs around it. No matter who passed by, they would not notice this somewhat eerie building. With the electronic card in his hand, Sulu entered the building without any hindrance. He did not see any service staff along the way, so he could not help but feel a little puzzled. However, when he pushed open that large door, he saw a whole row of the latest processors and those large holographic screens that made people drool. He knew that he had entered a treasure trove. There were not many students who had the authority to enter Area H, but there were also quite a few of them. They only silently accessed the data on the central control computer and then entered their own operating rooms or simulation rooms. They did not greet the newcomer Sulu. Sulu let out a sigh of relief. It looked like this was not a very special place. After spending an entire afternoon, he finally skimmed through all the data he could see on the terminal. Of course, he only had time to glance at the top few layers of the information tree. He did not have time to look at anything more detailed. But even so, it was enough to surprise him. He finally understood why there was a saying that UA University was the most outstanding school in the entire Federation in terms of the 3 major systems of worship and mecha, excluding the 3 major military academies and the Westwoods Military Academy. He even found the blueprints of all the military mecha before the M37 series on the computer. The holographic screen flipped incessantly, and a somewhat familiar blueprint appeared. Looking at the internal structure of the M02, which looked like it had been stripped of its skin, Sulu finally could not help but open his mouth and laugh silently. Chapter 66. In the next few days, Sulu spent most of his time in Section H of the library. He forgot to sleep, forgot to eat, and devoted himself wholeheartedly to his interests. Of course, this was an exaggeration, but he really did not want to let go of any time he could spend in Section H. The information that had just been declassified by the military was, for someone like him, a great temptation. When he read through all the blueprints of the M-series, especially after carefully analyzing the internal structure of the M02, he found that his actions back on the Ancient Bell had been so naive and whimsical. The mecha he had randomly assembled looked like it could move, but in reality, it hid endless dangers. Fortunately, that old mecha had only broken apart and did not explode. As Sulu studied, he corresponded with the days he spent with the boss uncle. Gradually, he began to understand some of the more vague principles. To become an excellent mechanical engineer, one had to be able to maintain a normal state of mind when faced with any kind of sophisticated equipment or mecha. However, one could not foolishly treat all the cutting-edge equipment as household appliances. After all, equipment like mecha, self-propelled cannons, and battleship transmission systems had to withstand an incomparably large load and the kinetic energy impact of an attack. They were not like household appliances, which could only operate leisurely in peace. Every detail, every quality of every electronic component, every choice of metal material would affect their performance and even the lifespan of the operator. On the holographic screen, the partial structural diagram of the M02 mechanical leg was enlarged to the maximum. Within the faint blue light, Sulu opened his eyes and stared at it without blinking. He stared at the hydraulic tube, hidden within the armor behind the mechanical leg. In the forest on the outskirts of Hushi, he had seen the uncle choose this spot as the breakthrough point for the attack mecha. He seriously analyzed it for a long time and finally confirmed that this hydraulic tube was indeed the weakest part of the M-series mecha. Of course, this weakness was relative. If it was a normal attack, even if it was a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, most of the energy would be blocked by that layer of alloy armor. In order to avoid that hydraulic tube, an extremely precise angle and an attack method that could be bent, or a small weapon that could be inserted into the gap. After thinking about it, the only thing that could satisfy this Sulu subconsciously looked at his own hands. Only now did he understand that the uncle's words back then were not wrong. Against those large mecha, it seemed that these two hands were the most effective weapon. However, if it were the hands of a normal person, a punch to the metal hydraulic tube would definitely result in broken bones and bleeding, and the tube would not even tremble. Unless that pair of hands possessed even greater strength and tighter bones and muscles. Sulu stared at his own hands, somewhat moved. He knew that he definitely would not be able to do this now, but the uncle could clearly do it easily. If he continued to practice that set of postures and experience that burning tremor, would he really be able to reach that level one day? The defensive power of the M-Series mecha was extremely strong. Presumably, even with the terrifying strength of the mecha mechanic Fengyu, he would not be able to break through it head-on. However, things were always so strange. The mecha's seemingly perfect design had, in reality, only considered the attack of firearms, especially weapons of the same level. It had not considered that it would be attacked by humans, so it had left the hydraulic tube as a loophole. After all, the top mecha designers of the Federation would never have imagined that a monster like Fengyu actually existed in this world. Because he was engrossed in the H section of the library, Sulu rarely ate lunch with Zhang Xiaoming these past few days. He told the girl with the black-rimmed glasses, and Zhang Xiaoming nodded, clearly unconcerned. On the other hand, it was Shi Qinghai who was worried about Sulu, who had not seen him in the sun for a few days. He finally managed to get in touch with him through the phone and found out about Su Li's recent whereabouts. Mr. Shi was clear about this friend's life goals and interests. As long as he remained on campus, his personal safety would not be threatened, so he did not ask further. Su Lu would only leave the H section at 7 or 8 p.m. every night. At this time, the outstanding students in the H section had already left. After all, they were still in the prime of their youth. No matter how hard they worked, no one would be willing to stay in such a cold and metallic place. Long periods of fatigue would not necessarily lead to good results. One night, Su Lu returned to his room. Looking at the pale green trees in the pear garden through the glass, he suddenly thought of what Uncle Fengyu had done to the black M52 in the forest in the valley on the outskirts of Heshi region. How could those trembling hands control the mecha's movements from the outside? This was really too inexplicable. With this thought in mind, Su Lu found it difficult to sleep. Now that he had a deeper understanding of mecha, he also understood how precious that mysterious power within his body was. Naturally, he would no longer slack off on his training. Even if his mind was already extremely exhausted every night, he still persisted in finishing his training. After taking a shower, he sat on the edge of his bed and turned on the screen of his computer. He began to carefully calculate the theoretical possibilities of his strange conjecture. However, as he continued to calculate, he found that because he knew too little about the mysterious power, the trembling did not seem to have a fixed frequency. No matter how whimsical his conjecture was, it seemed to be difficult to prove it through experiments. But he still did not give up, because Uncle Fengyu had once shown him that image. Countless symbols, parameters, blueprints, and words flashed through Su Li's mind. In the end, they became the image of Uncle Fengyu's trembling hands falling on the black mecha like they were playing a piano. Tormented by these vague clues, Su Lu could not sleep at all. He sat up from his bed, put on a coat, turned on the automatic alarm system, and left the room. The campus at midnight was exceptionally quiet, especially in the forest where the library was located. The sound from the televisions in the student dormitories far away could not reach here at all. Su Lu used his electronic card to open the door to the library. He confirmed that the library was indeed open 24 hours a day, just as the information said. At this time, the library was already empty. Lu walked alone in the empty building. He watched as the sensor lights around him lit up with each step he took, but there was no fear in his heart. On one hand, it was because he was used to staying in the dark mines of Donglin since he was a child. On the other hand, his mind was currently completely occupied by the problem of the mecha and the power in his body. Flipping through the information on the holographic screen seriously, he did not gain anything. This was within Su Li's expectations. He was not too disappointed, only feeling a little tired. Rubbing his eyes, he began to walk around the quiet building. On one hand, it was to reduce some of his fatigue, and on the other hand, to move his body. Unknowingly, he had walked to the front of a corridor. On the wall beside the corridor was the word H1, and below it was an eye-catching nameplate. The general meaning was that the corridor was a restricted area. Those without the appropriate authority were not allowed to enter. Lu looked at the corridor curiously. He did not understand why Yue University's library, which was already a little strange, would have an H1 area within the library. Although he was curious, he did not have any intention of entering that area. This was because he could easily deduce that the authority to enter this H1 area could not be too low. It should be reserved for the school's professional researchers. He was just a normal student. How could he enter? He walked a few steps into the corridor, squinting his eyes to see what material the heavy door was made of. However, just as he was about 5 meters away from the door, the corridor suddenly lit up with a faint blue light. A low electronic voice sounded. Signature symbol at the front of the information. Please accept the AI chips scan to verify your identity. Lu was shocked by this sudden voice. He did not expect that he had not even touched the H1 area's door and had already activated the electronic monitoring program. He subconsciously wanted to leave the corridor, but his surroundings were already filled with layers of faint blue lines. It seemed that the AI chip scan had already begun. If he left now, would he be judged as an intruder by the electronic monitoring program? He stood in the middle of the scanning beam with slight fear, secretly praying that the scan would end quickly. As long as the electronic monitoring program judged that he did not have the authority to enter, the door would naturally not open, and he would be able to leave. Lu thought to himself that he should not be so curious in the future. It was just insomnia. How did it cause such a big commotion? The development of the situation did not develop as Lu expected. The scanning waveband that was supposed to be invisible was interestingly revealed by the designer to show light blue lines. Those lines finally gathered at the AI chip on the back of his neck, completing the scanning process. However, there was no warning sound to ask him to leave. Identity verified. Number confidential. Personal data confidential. The mechanical electronic voice became a little more lively at this moment. Welcome to H1 area. Lu looked at the door that retracted into the wall in surprise. At this time, he was naturally not in the mood to notice that this heavy door was made of alloy. He was just shocked that he was standing in the corridor and being scanned once, and his identity was verified. Could it be that in addition to giving him an electronic card, Professor Zhou also entered his personal information into the system? For the time being, he could not figure this out. Looking at the door at the end of the corridor that was shrouded in soft light, his strong curiosity overcame his caution, and he walked in. The heavy alloy door closed behind him. Lu looked around and found that the layout of the buildings in the H1 area was very simple. There was a small lounge with 2 rooms on each side. He habitually turned right and opened the door. Chapter 67. He was tired. His head was full of questions, and he was thirsty for sleep but unable to sleep because of the excitement. This was the most unbearable feeling. Su Lu rubbed his somewhat dry eyes and looked at the alloy mech at the end of the spacious room that was connected by countless cables. Suddenly, he no longer felt the mental torment from before. His eyes lit up as well. It was really beautiful. The surface of the pure black mech reflected a faint matte light, and the cables behind it that were connected to the various ports in the wall were painted in various colors according to the data or energy transmission. Some were white, some were red, some were blue. It was like a black ancient warrior with countless ribbons tied behind it, fluttering in the wind of the wasteland. Su Lu looked at this scene in admiration. He suddenly felt that there was no place in the world that was not beautiful. Even such cold metal and technology could still be pleasing to the eyes. After being stunned by the beauty of the mech, Su Lu gradually regained his senses and fell into a pleasant surprise. After all, this was the second time in his life that he had seen a real mech. Previously, the worn-out M02 on the ancient bell looked like trash. However, the mech hanging on the platform not far from him was so lively, as if it would come alive in the next moment. He carefully moved closer to the wall. Although he had already obtained permission to enter, he still could not suppress the nervousness and excitement in his heart when he suddenly saw a rarely seen mech appear in front of him. This was the prototype of the M-series mech. All weapon systems and cockpit doors were removed. Su Lu walked to the bottom of the mech and looked up at the mech that was glowing with a metallic light in midair. It was very easy for him to identify its model. In this spacious room, he found a terminal screen. He looked at it carefully and finally understood what this room was for. It turned out to be a mech control simulation room. Virtual training technology had been developed hundreds of years ago, but the problem was that it had not been fully developed. Today, it had not been promoted in the Federation. Su Lu looked curiously at the instructions on the screen and found that this set of technology was the set of military technology that Su Lu had been speculated on in the electronic magazine. Su Li's interest in operating mecha in battle was far less than his interest in repairing and designing mecha. However, he was even more aware that an excellent mecha repair engineer would need to have an absolute understanding of the object they were researching. Furthermore, they would need to go through a long period of hands-on work to be able to make the fastest and most accurate judgments on those minute details. Lihua University provided such excellent training conditions for its students. It just so happened that he had a lot of doubts about the mysterious power in his body and the relationship between mecha operation. Naturally, he would not let go of such a good opportunity. Rubbing his somewhat cold hands and rubbing his somewhat red eyes, Su Lu calmed the excitement in his heart. Following the M-series prototype mech's mechanical legs that were slightly thicker than two people, the designer had cleverly constructed a ladder-like armor around the legs to make this sort of climb not too difficult. Su Lu sat in the control cabin and looked at the spacious space before him. A strange feeling grew in his heart. His hands trembled slightly as he placed them on the ergonomic touchscreen on either side of his body. This type of touchscreen was definitely different from the real mecha systems of the military. However, it should be more than enough to test and familiarize himself with the mech. The black M-series prototype mech let out a sizzling sound the moment his hands were placed on it. An extremely thin screen slowly descended from the originally empty cockpit door, taking up all of Su Li's line of sight. It looked just like the kind one would see when wearing the helmet of reality. Please select your overall operation ability test level. Without hesitation, Su Lu chose the lowest level test environment, level 6. Although Uncle Feng Yu and Li Wei had both praised him as a genius, and he sometimes also felt that he was a genius himself. That kind of talent seemed to be reflected in the level of mecha operation. He would not be so arrogant as to think that he would be able to emit the power of the stars and become the strongest mecha warrior in the Human Federation the first time he actually operated a mecha. There had never been anyone in this world who was born with knowledge, and Sulu admitted that he was not one of them. The Level 6 mecha operation training test was indeed very simple. On the screen that took up all of his line of sight, all sorts of color patches and light rays constantly appeared. According to the instructions in the terminal, as long as it was a green color patch, he would need to perform a jump, while the black color patches would need to be destroyed. As for those light rays, they represented the energy emitted by the opponent's weapon. The only thing that was slightly more complicated was the control of the weapon system. This was because some color patches had a halo added to them, which meant that 2 to 5 consecutive hits would be required to destroy the target. The speed of the system test was very slow at the start, but as the number of targets the mecha could dodge or destroy increased, those color patches and light rays moving straight from the screen would gradually increase in speed. What made Su Li's head hurt even more was that there was no pattern to the appearance of those color patches and light rays. He could only rely on his own concentration and that pair of exceptionally calm eyes that had been immersed in the microscopic world for many years to judge. Sulu had never actually operated a mecha before. The instructions on the touch screen required him to experiment several times before he could remember the instructions for each operation. For such a novice, he only thought that being able to make the mecha move was already a very impressive feat. However, when he was struck by the light rays for the 34th time and heard the synthetic mechanical voice report that the mecha had been destroyed, he still could not help but feel endlessly gloomy. He held on for the first time. 1 second. The mecha's left mechanical leg tripped over the right mechanical leg, and the mecha successfully fell to the ground and self-destructed. He held on for the second time. 2 seconds. The mecha on the virtual screen struggled to lift its left leg and was then pierced by a light ray. The transmission device on its left leg malfunctioned, and it was judged to have failed. He held on for the third time. 3 seconds. If this continued, and he could hold on for 1 more second each time, perhaps Sulu, who was as tough as a rock, would not feel any sense of defeat. This was because he was like a blank piece of paper in this aspect to begin with. The problem was when he finally managed to familiarize himself with all the commands and inputs and was able to make this mecha hovering in midair move and move nimbly, he found that he was completely unable to avoid those obstacles and lights coming at him from the holographic screen. Those programmed obstacles and weapons came at him too quickly. He tried a total of 34 times, but the longest he could last was just a mere 5 seconds. Too crazy. Su Li's personality made it so that he would not find this sort of color-filled and light-filled test to be too boring. The Federation's virtual technology was already extremely rudimentary to begin with, so it was impossible for it to show him lifelike 3D images of city streets, alleys, buildings, or forests on the screen. However, he really could not stand this kind of continuous failure and the feeling of being unable to see any hope of improvement. This was only the lowest level test, and it was already so difficult. Sulu wiped away the sweat on his forehead, and in his heart, he could not help but feel endless admiration for those mecha warriors of the Federation military. As for that uncle who had successfully seized the mecha and walked around the mountainside like a demon, he felt that the other was like a tall mountain that he could not approach no matter how hard he tried. Motherf asterisk Kerr. Sulu would basically only swear in front of those closest to him. Most of the time, it was only when he felt defeated by being alone that he would say the words Motherf asterisk Kerr. Moreover, every time he said the words Motherf asterisk Kerr, It just so happened to be so proper and solemn. His words were articulate and powerful, as if he was saying, "I love you, the Federation." The sweat on his forehead flowed out again after he wiped it away. He stared at the incomparably large failure on the screen, panting heavily, and let out a long, stuffy sigh. How could he increase his reaction speed and operation speed? There seemed to be a jargon in mecha operation called hand speed. Su Lu stared blankly at his own two hands, having no intention of giving up. This was because the reason he had come to Area H today was to find out the relationship between the strength in his body and his mecha operation. Although he had experimented many times before, he had only lasted 8 seconds each time. However, he had still not actually tried out what he really needed to test. Closing his eyes, he thought back to those 10 postures. A faint warmth began to accumulate at the back of Su Li's waist. He carefully felt that warmth turn into a scorching heat, which then turned into a series of shivers on his skin. However, it was hidden under his clothes, so it did not show. Level 6 test begins. Those already incomparably familiar colored blocks and rays of light surged in from all directions on the screen, leaving very little reaction time and space for the mecha, which appeared in the virtual world from a first-person perspective. Su Li's hands moved rapidly across the screen, entering command after command. Only he knew that the current situation had already undergone some very subtle changes compared to before. When those colored blocks and rays of light entered his eyes, his brain reacted in the shortest amount of time. However, the commands his brain sent to his fingertips no longer seemed to be transmitted through the nerve bundles in his body. Instead, the right to bear the weight of the commands was subconsciously snatched away by that warm current and trembling in his body. Improvement 11. 7 seconds. Su Lu leaned limply against his seat in the cockpit, his entire body drenched in sweat. In his full concentration, he had not even noticed the abnormality in his body earlier. To be honest, those microscopic changes were indeed not something that could be observed by humans themselves. They could only be seen in the results. His stomach growled, and an irrepressible feeling of hunger appeared. Su Lu licked his dry lips. He was already used to this phenomenon. Every time that familiar trembling appeared, he would feel incomparably tired and hungry. He did not leave, continuing to attempt what only one person in the history of the Federation had ever done. However, he did not improve after that. His best result was still stuck at the extremely pitiful figure of 11. 7 seconds. Finally, one time, in his intense depression, Su Lu could not control that trace of trembling from his fingertips. With a cracking sound, the two intricate and expensive touch control screens shattered into countless components and screen fragments. He stared blankly at these fragments under his hands. Suddenly, he came to his senses. Who knew how many credits would be deducted for destroying such intricate equipment in the school? Suppressing his fatigue and hunger, he climbed down from the M prototype and cleaned up the fragments inside. Then, like a thief, he quietly slipped out of the room. Leaving the room, Su Lu was somewhat surprised to find a cup of steaming hot coffee and a few plates of snacks on the coffee table in Area H1's lounge. He swallowed. It was already late at night, and there was no place to eat. He really could not suppress the hunger in his stomach. He carefully looked around to confirm that there was no one around, and then walked over. Chapter 68. Library Area H was the most secluded and secretive building in Lihua University. Behind this building, surrounded by the lake and the dense forest, there was an exceptionally quiet little villa. Without the permission of the school and the owner of the villa, perhaps no one would be able to see this little villa. Young master, the coffee, and your favorite caviar are ready." Uncle Gene, who was wearing a butler's uniform, bowed slightly and said calmly to the young man on the sofa, "However, I still strongly recommend that you adjust your daily schedule. Although the outside world vaguely knows that you live in the university town, there is no need to hide your identity and go out at night. It's not good for your health." The young man on the sofa put down the documents in his hands and fell silent for a moment. Butler Gene was one of the most trusted people in the family. He had only met this butler after he graduated from the Capital University. After a few attempts, he knew that he couldn't make the butler give up the title of young master, so he gave up. However, there was no way around it. Tai Ziyuan didn't have anyone in the Federation that he was afraid of. He was just habitually suffering from insomnia. This bad habit started when he was 11 years old, and there was no way to cure it. He knew very well that insomnia was due to pressure, the endless pressure that had surrounded him since he was a child. The young man's face was slightly pale. He stood up from the sofa and said to Butler Gene, "I'm used to it." Butler Gene bowed respectfully to the young man walking out of the villa, but he was thinking about his young master's pale face. After a few months of working together, he of course knew about his young master's insomnia problem. However, he couldn't solve it because, as the most loyal servants of the Tai family, he knew that his young master would have to bear the pressure in his life in the future. Every citizen of the Federation knew that there were 7 families in the Federation, but they seemed to have forgotten that a long time ago there was only one family in the Federation that stood proudly above the masses, the Tai family. 37 constitutional years ago, the last emperor of the Tai family ended his family's rule with a smile and then began to retreat into the shadows of history. No matter how history was written, the citizens of the Federation were grateful to the faraway Tai family. They made the greatest sacrifice and the wisest choice for the Federation to develop towards democracy and freedom. No one knew what kind of power the Tai family, who had once controlled the wealth and power of the entire human society, still had after so many years. This was something that even the other 6 of the 7 great families were not fully aware of. However, no one had ever dared to show disrespect to the Tai family. As the sole heir of the Tai family for 7 generations, the young master was only a 17-year-old boy. How could he bear such a huge burden? When Butler Gene thought of his wife's prediction of the future development of the Federation, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of heartache for the pale-faced young man. However, he immediately knew that he shouldn't reveal such a feeling of closeness, as it would be disrespectful to his master. He walked to the side of the sofa and began to organize the documents that the young master had finished reading today. Then, he put the paper documents into the furnace and burned them, leaving no trace behind. The flames swallowed up the documents that Tai Ziyuan had read earlier. On the white papers, it was recorded that the anti-government leader had secretly arrived at the capital city on a special plane and had begun his campaign for the Federation's parliament. The entire Federation would only know about this news tomorrow night. There was also a white paper that recorded that Senator Pabre, who was born in the Donglin district, had solemnly expressed at a small gathering of his close friends that he had some thoughts about the next year's presidential election. Most 17-year-old boys read comics or novels. Only the descendants of the Tai family would read such things. With such a life, it was difficult not to lose sleep. There was a secret passageway by the lakeside that led directly to the mysterious H1 area behind the H section of Yue University's library. Tai Ziyuan stood silently in the middle of the corridor. After passing through the scanning of the light blue light and entering through the alloy door, he habitually chose the room on the right and pushed open the door to enter. This descendant of the mysterious Tai family, who was constantly sought out by various forces and was known as the Crown Prince, did not need to worry about his safety. This was because only he and Butler Jean had access to this area. Even the principal did not have access. There were no surveillance cameras here, and the Special Task Force agents did not need to follow him in. His status naturally did not require him to work hard like a successful mecha warrior or mechanic. However, he still entered H1 on time every night to carry out those boring exercises. This was because the previous head of the Tai family, the young boy's father, had relayed a certain person's words more than once when he was still alive. Mechas are basically a type of flashy but useless waste except for special operations. However, the process of trying to use the human body to control a huge machine could temper a person's will and change a person's temperament. For Tai Ziyuan, who had an incomparably noble status, there was another reason why he came to H1 every night. Every time he was tired and sweaty in the laboratory, he always felt a kind of carefree feeling. After drinking a cup of hot coffee and eating 2 pieces of snacks, he was barely able to fall into an extremely poor sleep. The passageway from H1 to the lakeside villa and the passageway from H section of the library were 2 completely opposite directions. Tai Ziyuan turned right. Su Lu, who came in first, also turned right. The 2 of them happened to enter 2 rooms that were opposite each other. After a while, the door of the other room opened. Su Lu walked out and stared blankly at the hot coffee on the thermostat in the lounge. His stomach growled twice. Su Lu left. H1 was still quiet. After a while, Tai Ziyuan, who looked even more tired but whose face had a few traces of red, walked out of the room. He had a sweat-soaked shirt on his elbow. The young man's facial features were distinct. Although he could not be said to be heroic, a trace of satisfaction flashed across his face that left a deep impression. He had finally passed level 3 today. Although it took him a whole half a month, the sense of accomplishment did not seem to be weaker than every success he had had in the past few years. There were no surveillance cameras here, nor were there any family servants. After being stunned for a while, Tai Ziyuan suddenly shouted at the empty building, as if he was venting something. However, it was obvious that he rarely did such things. The shouting stopped abruptly. After a slight embarrassment, his face returned to its usual indifference and calmness. Tai Ziyuan habitually walked to the lounge and sat on a chair. He habitually reached out his right hand, picked up the cup of hot coffee, and took a sip. There was nothing in the cup. Tai Ziyuan's pupils suddenly shrank. Only then did he feel that the cup was much lighter than usual. From the corner of his eye, he saw that a few pieces of the caviar on the plate were missing, and there were some food remnants on the table. Vigilantly, he stood up and scanned the entire H1 area as quickly as he could. He then pressed a button on the pager. As long as he pressed the button, Butler Jean would bring the Special Task Force's special agents over to ensure his safety. However, Tai Ziyuan did not press the pager because he noticed a piece of paper on the table beside him. Usually he would leave notes for Butler Jean here, so he prepared a pen and a stack of white paper. However, the handwriting on the paper today was obviously not his, nor was it Butler Jean's. Tai Ziyuan frowned. He picked up the clothes that had been thrown at his feet and wrapped his fingers. He picked up the paper. "I'm very sorry. I was too hungry after the practice and took your food without asking. Although I don't know who you are and whether you still want to eat, I'm really sorry. By the way, that plate of pastries seems to be spoiled. They taste weird. I'll bring you something good to eat tomorrow night as an apology. I hope you won't be angry." Tai Ziyuan put down the paper and suddenly turned to walk to another room. He pushed open the door and walked to the terminal screen. He found a bag of trash behind the screen, which seemed to be a fragment of the screen. He was even more confused about what had happened. He turned on the terminal screen curiously to see what the person who had entered before had done. Level 6. 11. 7 seconds? What an idiot! Tai Ziyuan gave a fair evaluation without holding back. Looking at the input speed of the computer, this person was obviously a newbie. Why would he want to challenge level 6, which was the most difficult level? It seemed that this person really didn't know anything. Although Tai Ziyuan could hold on for half a minute if he challenged level 6, he definitely wouldn't try a second time. This was because the level 6 test time was 20 minutes long, and the speed would increase with each passing minute. Only the best of the best in the Federation or the Empire would be able to pass. No, even the strongest mecha warrior in the Federation or the Empire wouldn't be able to pass level 6. Tai Ziyuan's expression darkened as he turned off the terminal screen. He was filled with endless anger towards that idiot intruder, drinking his favorite Gata coffee, eating his favorite Caspian caviar, and saying that his biscuits were spoiled. Tai Ziyuan quickly walked back to the lounge. After a moment of silence, he picked up the pen and habitually wrote his reply at the bottom of the white paper. Read. Young Master, I didn't know that the principal was attending a meeting at the Ministry of Education. It seems that the First Military Academy is preparing to visit Linhai University Town. I'll definitely make him give an explanation. Butler Jean lowered his head to hide his nervousness. He felt a lingering fear whenever he thought about how the young master had actually spent tens of minutes alone with an intruder in H1. The test results for the coffee cup and caviar are out. There's no poison. There's also no problem with the pen and paper. Have you found out the identity of the intruder? Under the afternoon sun, Tai Ziyuan, who had just woken up, seemed to be in better spirits than usual. He tried to ask as calmly as possible. Chapter 69. H1's central control computer strangely gave the answer that the information was confidential. However, after accessing the school's surveillance equipment, the Special Task Force found out that this person was called Su Lu. Butler Jean continued, and according to the results of the family investigation, this person entered Yue University last year because Professor Jean recommended him. Professor Jean, the designer of H1? Tai Ziyuan was slightly taken aback and asked, so it was him. No wonder that student could enter H1. Does that student know my identity? He didn't know that the principal was a cautious person. This kind of problem shouldn't have occurred. When mentioning the principal of Yue University, there was not much respect in Butler Jin's tone. Tai Ziyuan was silent for a moment. He thought about the intruder who had eaten his caviar last night. He thought about the trespasser's extremely lackluster taste, and especially about that empty coffee cup. He had indirectly touched that person's mouth. Tai Ziyuan felt extremely angry in his heart, but he did not reveal any of it on his face. He calmly mocked, "Cautious? I don't see it." Tai Ziyuan did not care about the principal of Yue University. He did not even respect the designer of H1. It was only because his parents used to know each other in this university, and because his parents had a good relationship with the principal and Professor Jean, that he did not show too much indifference in front of Butler Jean. He did not know that the principal had gone to the special regional capital to participate in an impromptu meeting with the Ministry of Education. The problem of the intruder could not be dealt with properly for the time being. Tai Ziyuan suddenly remembered what Butler Jean had just said. The First Military Academy was visiting Yue University. He frowned. He smelled a hint of flattery that he did not like. The Tai family had been at the top of human society for too long. It was so long that Tai Ziyuan sometimes could not remember the history of the family clearly. 37 constitutional years ago, the Tai family had ended their rule over human society. Since then, no matter how the political system changed, until the Federation was established 600 years ago, they had always maintained certain very important traditions. Similar to the traditions of these great families, the major military academies of the Federation had actually appeared before the recent Federation system. Since ancient times, the descendants of the Tai family had all studied at the first military academy. This was a tradition that was recognized by both sides. The only exception was the previous Tai family head 20 years ago. Unexpectedly, he chose Yue University because the previous head of the Tai family, Tai Ziyuan's father, was a person with a strong literary background and had no interest in political, military, and economic matters. He had been very little in his life when he was alive, so the first was shocked and disappointed, but also reluctantly accepted this reality. The problem was, now that the future head of the Tai family had once again started to study and experience human society, he had once again given up on the first military academy and chose Yue University. This made the elders of the first military academy feel humiliated. They did not understand what the high and mighty Tai family was thinking. Presumably, the upcoming visit had something to do with Tai Ziyuan, who was hiding in Yue University. Butler Jean saw that the young master was deep in thought and very keenly guessed what he was thinking. He softly explained, "We haven't found out where the first military academy got the news from yet. It's possible that they guessed it. After all, there are many powerful people in the first military academy. Back then, they watched with their own eyes as their father chose Yue University. How could they not remember this kind of humiliation?" Tai Ziyuan calmly said, "Since So Yu and Yuzi know that I'm in Yue University, there shouldn't be many people in the Federation who don't know. Zhou Yingxing is too much." That pair of siblings came to Linhai a few months ago, and it's said that they caused some trouble in the city. "Young master, do you think we should warn the Ministry of National Defense?" Butler Jean was only a butler of the Tai family, but other than in front of the madam and the young master, he would act like a noble in a novel, no matter who it was in front of in the Federation government. Warning sounded like a gentle word, but if this word came from the Tai family, it represented an extremely strong pressure and action. It was possible that many people would lose their future because of this, or even lose their lives. Tai Ziyuan quietly looked at Butler Jean, his calm eyes hiding a deep sense of pressure. He said word by word, "Don't forget, the era of imperial power has already passed 37,000 years ago. The Federation today is a society ruled by law. I am only a descendant of the Tai family, and I can't really be the crown prince. I don't want to warn you again, but the glory of the past can't come back, and you shouldn't think like that. Besides, in my opinion, that glory is nothing but shame and sin. History can't be reversed, at least not in my hands." Tai Ziyuan put down the information about the intruder called Sulu and narrowed his eyes to warn his butler. The reason why he gave such a serious warning was because he knew that if he expressed his opinion about certain things or people, the Tai family's terrifying influence throughout the Federation would come into play, and he didn't want that to happen. This was especially true for the Zhou family siblings. Although he didn't consider them his friends, they had accompanied him when he was young, and they had always treated him with respect. He didn't want them to attract any trouble just because they wanted to get close to him. Moreover, his mother seemed to have casually said after dinner that Zhou Yu looked like a girl with a buttocks and should be easy to bear. Although Tai Ziyuan was very uncomfortable with his mother's tone, he also knew that if Yuzi had become one of the possible targets in his mother's eyes, then there would be a lot of trouble if Butler Jean secretly did something for him. Keep what happened last night a secret. Tai Ziyuan tapped the information about Su Lu lightly with his fingertips and said in a serious tone, "Don't let my family know. I don't want my mother to worry about such trivial matters." Butler Jean hesitated for a moment before agreeing, then said, "Young master, you can't enter Area H1 before you revoke the access rights of that student called Su Lu. You don't have to worry about me. Since he's a student recommended by Professor Jean, I don't think my mother will be worried even if she knows." Tai Ziyuan said, "Tell those special task force agents to stay away as well. I'm having trouble breathing if they keep following me around. I'm a prisoner in this villa anyway, but I can't always be watched by the guards." The special task force agents are Mr. President's goodwill to Madam. Before Butler Jean could finish, Tai Ziyuan frowned. "Khufu, that idiot, is definitely going to step down next year. Does he expect my mother to help him stay in office? President Khufu isn't that ambitious. He only hopes to enter the Golden Foundation after he steps down." Butler Jean took over the topic naturally and said seriously, "Madam will meet with Councilman Pabre tomorrow to discuss matters regarding next year's election. Pabre is someone that both my mother and I admire very much." Tai Ziyuan was silent for a moment before saying, "But the more you admire him, the more disappointed my mother will be. How could an upright and outstanding politician be willing to be influenced by those families and tycoons? Perhaps Madam will offer a very attractive price. Then both parties can only reach some kind of compromise at most." Tai Ziyuan didn't want to think about these troublesome things that a 17-year-old teenager shouldn't be thinking about, so he walked up to the bedroom on the second floor. The sky outside was gradually darkening. After resting for a while, he prepared to enter H1 as usual. He didn't want his mother to know about this matter. Firstly, he needed some privacy and freedom of his own. Secondly, he subconsciously didn't want his mother to know that Professor Jean was still alive. As for Su Lu, he didn't care about him at all. In the eyes of this noble young master, that intruder was just an extremely lucky retired soldier who had an extremely disgusting taste in life. Perhaps he was a little interesting. Tai Ziyuan, who was going upstairs, had a mischievous smile on his face. The most expensive food Su Lu had ever eaten in his life was probably the buffalo he had slaughtered with his own hands. Of course, he couldn't say that he had high taste in life. The precious Caspian Sea caviar on his tongue was just a very disgusting taste, like the taste of rotten salted egg yolks. Moreover, the size of the caviar made it even more disgusting. His taste buds were completely unable to adapt to those small explosions, which was why he had reminded that classmate on the paper, "Your biscuits seem to have gone bad." That night, Su Lu still couldn't sleep. His experiment in H1 had ended in failure. When he used the mysterious power in his body to operate the mecha, he didn't show the same level of strength as the uncle. He wasn't sure if it was because of his own ability or if he had taken the wrong path. However, that small possibility still kept him thinking and excited. He kept thinking, if it weren't for the fact that his fingertips were trembling so violently that they destroyed the two control screens, would he really have discovered something wonderful? Besides that, what he thought about the most was that he had secretly eaten someone else's supper last night. He felt very ashamed because taking without asking was considered stealing. Although he had brought Li Wei to steal from the cafe owner before, he had returned it that very night. Su Lu decided to bring some supper to that classmate today as compensation. He just didn't know if the other party would still be staying up late tonight. What he wanted to experiment was the relationship between mecha control and the power in his body. That mysterious trembling in his body definitely couldn't be known to anyone else. For safety reasons, Su Lu might enter H1 during the day and wait in the gatehouse until late at night when no one spoke. Only then would he carry that slightly whitened backpack and head to a remote area of Pear Blossom University in the dark. Before entering the room on the right, Sulu first walked into the lounge. Seeing the large study character on the paper, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking to himself that this classmate was quite an interesting person. Seeing that the table was still filled with hot coffee and biscuits, Sulu quickly averted his gaze. He was really choking on these biscuits. Putting down the bag of soy milk and deep-fried dough cake, Sulu glanced at the tightly shut door and then walked into his own room. Chapter 70. His backpack was stuffed full of small self-powered repair tools, a large number of components, and standard high-intensity holographic screen chips. All of these things had been ordered online, costing Sulu more than 10,000 yuan. Fortunately, the logistics industry of the Federation was exceptionally developed nowadays, and these things were not controlled goods. Without wasting any time, he prepared to fix the 2 holographic screens he had broken last night. However, when he walked behind the holographic screen terminals, he found that the holographic screen fragments he had carefully piled up were already gone. Putting down the heavy backpack in surprise, Sulu scratched his head and climbed up the gangway ladder to the M-prototype mecha's operation cabin. He was rather happy to find the 2 holographic screens beside his hands. Currently in an extremely good mood, he could not help but feel even more grateful towards Yue University. But what he did not know was that these 2 holographic screens had been replaced by Butler Jean, who was in charge of the cleanup of Area H1. Although Butler Jean was always the only person by the side of the young master of the Tai family, in reality, this personal butler led 5 small teams, numbering as many as 60 professionals, to provide comprehensive service to Tai Ziyuan alone. Replacing 2 holographic screens within a single day was truly too easy a task. Sulu naturally could not have guessed that he was basking in the glory of an important person, enjoying the highest level of logistics service of the Federation. At this time, he was already seated in the operation cabin, beginning his level 6 training. However, tonight, he was exceptionally careful, consciously controlling the intensity of the trembling or heat flow in his body. Very strange, truly very strange. Faced with the increasing speed of light and color on the holographic screens, Sulu's eyes did not blink, engraving all of it into his mind. Then, with a single thought, a channel seemed to suddenly appear in the muscles and nerves of his body, and the trembling or heat flow would follow that channel faithfully and rapidly, transmitting his thoughts to his fingertips. From there, they would move rapidly across the holographic screens, entering command after command. However, it was still embarrassing. His best time of 11, 8 seconds was 0, 1 second better than last night's. Could this even be considered improvement? Drenched in sweat, Sulu sat limply in his seat, sweat dripping down from his wet black hair. His fingers were trembling uncontrollably from overexertion. This trembling was purely a side effect of exhaustion, and there was nothing strange about it at all. Sulu sat thoughtfully in the belly of the mecha's operation cabin, recalling the uncle's every move in the valley, his fingers imitating those movements he had seen before. Suddenly, he stood up and looked from the side of the mecha's compartment, and could not help but whistle. It looked like there were indeed some differences between the blueprints and reality. Although those data, wiring, and sensor devices were indeed under the mecha's protection, they were not isolated from the alloy mecha's controls. Vaguely, Sulu had a general understanding of how Uncle Foam, whose pair of magical hands had been able to control the mecha's movements just from the surface of the mecha. It was probably the trembling in the body that could leave the human body to form some sort of electrical current or data flow, passing through the surface of the alloy mecha to enter the mecha's data transmission lines. This was a whimsical idea. The human body was not a generator, nor was it a sensor. How could it possibly use electrical current or data flow to communicate with a machine? But other than that, Sulu really had no way of explaining the ability the uncle had once displayed. Sulu sat back down in his chair, once again sinking into a long period of thought. If he wanted to prove his conjecture, prove that the trembling in the body could be converted into a fixed frequency wave under certain circumstances, and even be able to control mecha, then he would need to enter the Federation's top laboratories. A year had already passed. The trembling in Su Li's body that could suddenly erupt with tremendous power had already seeped under his skin, no longer attracting attention. Instead, it had become some sort of slightly numbing heat flow, circulating endlessly along a certain channel in his body. But this had little to do with him operating the touchscreen, unless he could get his hands on a mecha full body sensor control console that had long since been phased out. Su Lu wiped away the sweat on his forehead, enjoying the clean breeze that continuously flowed in from around the control console. It was said that the current M52 series was even more comfortable to control, but he was already very satisfied. In the cool breeze, he stared blankly at his slightly trembling hands. He did not know how to release that heat flow from his body beyond his skin, much less use this power to control the three major systems of his mecha. But no matter how slow a person was, at this time, he would know that the 10 movements that Uncle Boss had taught him back then were a kind of mysterious and powerful ability. He stared blankly at his hands and suddenly felt afraid. He felt that if this continued, he was afraid that he would no longer be himself, but would become a machine. But he didn't know whether it was a killing machine or something else. But so what if he was afraid? That intense curiosity and thirst for the unknown continued to spur him on. He continued to fumble around on this path without a teacher, completely forgetting his original intention of only wanting to repair mecha. More and more, he sank deeper and deeper into the endless boundaries of mecha and his own body. What did the Uncle Boss mean when he said the number 1 machine back then? Exhausted but energized, Sulu walked out of the room. A whole new world had already opened up before him. His mind was filled with an excitement that did not match the fatigue of his body at all. Faced with this kind of mysterious and unknown world, perhaps some people would be afraid, and some would avoid it. But for Sulu, he only excitedly waited for what might happen in the future. The door of the opposite room was still tightly shut. The excellent soundproofing of Area H1 was silent. Only the green light beside the door indicated that there was someone inside. From the hot coffee and spoiled biscuits in the lounge, Sulu knew that this unknown companion was the same person from last night. He looked curiously at the door, thinking to himself that it was already so late. Other than himself, there was actually someone else who could not sleep for 2 consecutive nights. It was because his mind was always occupied by those strange and incomprehensible things. Where was the person inside? His growling stomach reminded him that he was in a state of extreme hunger. Sulu walked into the lounge with a bitter face, wolfing down his soy milk and youtiao. Then he began to look at the soy milk and youtiao that he originally brought for that person with green eyes. At this time, Sulu had already confirmed that every time he used the trembling power in his body, he would fall into a state of hunger. It was like this when he broke the plastic rope to escape in Donglin District. And it was also like this when he practiced in the gatehouse every night. Especially after 2 nights of repetitive and boring high-intensity training in Area H1, his spirit was stretched to the extreme, and his hunger had reached an unprecedented level. This little bit of soy milk and youtiao was really not enough to fill his stomach. He muttered a few words in a low voice, as if he was apologizing to the air. Then he picked up a piece of youtiao cake and swallowed it quickly, but he was still not satisfied. He stared at the little food on the table, pursed his lips, and smiled embarrassedly. He quietly picked up the cup of coffee. The coffee was gone, but the caviar was still there. That tasteless person really came. Tai Ziyuan, who was sweating all over, stared at the table in the lounge unhappily. He saw the soy milk and a piece of greasy paste in the paper bag that gave him a headache. He picked up the paper and saw that there was handwriting on it again. "I'm sorry, I didn't bring enough food today. I'm really hungry, so I only left you a piece of deep-fried dough cake and drank your coffee. But it seems that you have been suffering from insomnia recently. It's better to drink less coffee, hee hee." Tai Ziyuan looked at the last two words on the note, and a smirking face seemed to flash in front of his eyes. He should have been angry, but he didn't know why he smiled bitterly instead. Tai Ziyuan took out the soy milk and the youtiao cake from the paper bag. Suddenly, he was lost in thought. If it was someone who wanted to harm him, they could put ordinary food for more than 20 days and randomly choose a day to put poison. As long as they could make him lose his vigilance, what couldn't they do? He silently looked at the soy milk and the thing called the youtiao cake in his hand. Suddenly, a fierce expression flashed across his face, as if he had decided to take the most dangerous gamble in his life. He frowned and drank the soy milk as if he was drinking poison. Then he ate the deep-fried dough cake and sat on the chair in the lounge. He was in a daze for a long time. After a long time, he whispered to himself, "Deep-fried dough cake? It seems to taste okay." Suddenly, Tai Ziyuan lost interest in his favorite caviar cake. His eyes flashed with a trace of gentleness. After thinking for a while, he picked up the pen and wrote his reply on the paper. "Stingy." After finishing this action, which even he felt was incomparably childish, Tai Ziyuan subconsciously walked to the room and began to look at Su Li's training data. Even he didn't know why he was so interested in this intruder. As expected, the duration of level 6 was still around 11 seconds. Tai Ziyuan thought sarcastically that this guy was really an idiot. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, his eyebrows furrowed. He had a feeling that the rows of data didn't seem to match up. "Young Master, the results of Hospital 1 are out." Butler Jean looked at Tai Ziyuan with some concern. He was in charge of cleaning up Area H1, so he naturally knew the handwriting left on the white paper. However, without the young master's permission, he didn't dare to touch it. He lowered his head and reported, "After the laboratory there identified these data, they believed that these data were fabricated." Fabricated? Tai Ziyuan turned off the TV on the wall and frowned. He didn't understand what was going on. It was obviously that idiot's training data. So why did the experts of First Military Academy come to the conclusion that it was fabricated? Chapter 71. Young Master, the First Military Academy did not know that it was your test data. Housekeeper Jean did not understand the situation. He subconsciously thought that the young master had tampered with his data, but he could not guess the young master's intentions. Could it be that the young master was unhappy with the First Military Academy sending a representative team to visit Yua University? Disturbing his peace? Maybe there was a problem with the sampling. Tai Ziyuan naturally would not admit his childish actions to his subordinates and servants. He lowered his head to look at the analysis report on Su Li's test data, treating it as a way to relax under the heavy pressure he was under every day. The more he looked, the stranger he felt. The experts of the First Military Academy naturally would not make a mistake in their judgment. Those densely packed data were indeed a little strange, but it was consistent with his intuition from that night. In Su Li's test data, the effective command input speed, excluding the redundant data, was 76 seconds on average, with the highest peak being 139 seconds. In other words, within each standard period of time, Su Lu could only input around 100 effective commands into the mecha. Even if these effective commands were all correct countermeasures at such a low speed, it was still impossible for the mecha to last 7 seconds in the level 6 test. At most, it would fail after 7 seconds. There was indeed a problem with the data indicated on the paper. Tai Ziyuan curiously looked through it carefully. His own command input speed was about 4 times that of the other party, and the other party was indeed a beginner. Using the analysis of the first military academy, to complete the dodging and attacking movements of the mecha with this kind of input speed, the experimenter's neural reaction speed must be unbelievably high. 0.0012. Seeing this calculated number, Tai Ziyuan could not help but doubt the reliability of Su Li's test data. The most important thing in operating a mecha was the reaction speed of the operator. The mecha's own detection equipment would scan the terrain and environment, and any hostile targets or obstacles would appear on the operator's visual display. Those light icons and data were read by the human eye and entered into the brain for analysis. Then, the brain would send out instructions, which would be transmitted to the hands via nerve bundles. Then, the operation instructions would be inputted into the touch screen, and the mecha would perform the corresponding actions according to the instructions. This was a complete process, and no one would be able to omit every step of the process. After training, the reaction speed of the human body might become much faster than that of the average person, such as those top-notch special mecha operators of the Federation or the Empire. However, due to the limitations of one's physiological foundation, it was impossible for one to reach such an inconceivable level. This reaction speed was practically zero, and from the analysis of data and the various aspects of mecha combat, the only aspect that could reduce one's reaction time was the time between the brain issuing the command and the hands inputting the command. Science had long since proven that the human brain's neural processing and reaction speed was about 300 meters per second. The response speed was about 1/126th of a second, and the transmission speed of information in the bundle of nerves was 120 meters per second. However, Su Li's neural reaction speed, or the transmission speed within the nerve bundle, was far beyond this value. No wonder the experts in the first military academy's laboratory had thought that there was a problem with this data. If information could be transmitted so quickly in the human body, then that could only mean that the person was not human. Tai Ziyuan shook his head and set the data aside. Since there was a problem with the data, he had no interest in paying any more attention to that idiot. He was also not worried about whether some expert from some faction had disguised himself as a novice to get close to him. This was because an impersonator could only pretend to have a slower reaction speed, not create such a ridiculous neural reaction speed out of thin air. Right, Uncle Gene, tonight, prepare a pot of coffee. Tai Ziyuan suddenly thought of something very important. Frowning, he said, 2 cups. Su Lu did indeed have nerves that were much stronger than the average person's. If it had been someone else, when they were young and found out that their boss was a fugitive from the military, they would have definitely fled the control room or the repair shop long ago and reported it to the government, trembling all over. However, Su Lu did not. If it had been someone else, if they were caught by the military's special forces and had several black muzzles pointed at them, they would definitely be scared to the point of peeing their pants and telling the government about Uncle Jin's whereabouts. However, Su Lu did not do so. If it had been someone else, when they found out that the glory of the charter throughout the Federation couldn't shine on them, and when they found out that they could implant a new chip into the back of their neck, they would definitely be scared witless. However, Su Lu still did not do so. Perhaps it was because he had seen too many strange things in his short 18 years of life. So when he found out that the mysterious power in his body seemed to be more mysterious than he had imagined, he did not panic or feel uneasy at all. Instead, he felt a faint sense of excitement and desire. It was not a desire for power, but a desire for the unknown. He only knew all of this, accepted all of this, and bravely faced all of this. Furthermore, he faced all of this with such optimism. Even though he was still a fugitive from society, he was still happily and healthily working, studying, and living in UA University. He had friends, female friends, a study partner that he never saw every night, and something that he was most interested in, something that he was willing to sacrifice his sweat and time for. Of course, this was to describe Sue Lee's personality. It had nothing to do with the conclusion that the first military academy came up with after reviewing the data from Area H1. Sue Lu knew that in this world there were already people who had studied his nerves and thought that the data was very crazy. If he were to examine the data himself, he could easily come up with the most realistic conclusion. In this world, there was no one whose nerve reaction and transmission speed was fast enough to catch up with the sun. Sue Lu could, and Fengyu could not. The reason why his pathetically slow hand speed could exceed the speed of the screen was because when the light and color on the screen entered his eyes and was calculated in his brain, they were not transmitted to his hands through the nerve bundles of the spinal column and the nerve cells. After the brain made the calculation, the reaction should be following the path of the strange tremors and heat flow in his body. If the nerve bundles in the human body were the widest 12-lane highway in the outskirts of the Capital Special District, then the path in Sue Lee's body that could not be found in an autopsy was like the established space path between galaxies. There was no end, only direction, no speed limit, only vastness. In the following few nights of learning and experimentation, Sue Lu also gradually experienced the beauty of this strange control method. He was so engrossed in it that he could not extricate himself. At level 6, his endurance time also grew longer and longer from 8 seconds to 17 seconds. Other than the constant battle with the M prototype mecha, Sue Lu also had one more thing on his mind these past few days. He found that the classmate next door seemed to have the same insomnia problem as himself. Although they had not met yet, the two of them seemed to be separated by a corridor, communicating through the supper. Later on, Sue Lu prepared ample portions of food, such as scallion pancakes and roasted sweet potatoes. These natural foods were actually not easy to find these days, and they were not cheap either. However, Sue Lu had been having extra meals every night for the past 6 months. He never got tired of looking for supper and was very familiar with it, so there was not a single night where he had the same meal. Tonight, he had brought over roasted lamb chops. Of course, it was synthetic mutton. Looking at the pot of coffee and the pitifully small plate of biscuits in the lounge, he could not help but smile. He thought to himself, that person called me a stingy person, but in fact, I am the stingy one. How can I have enough biscuits with so little? Later on, he finally discovered the strangeness of those caviar biscuits and also knew how expensive they were, but he still did not like them. Sue Lu very naturally poured himself a cup of hot coffee and then hummed the theme song of Channel 23's longevity drama as he sashayed into his room. He and Tai Ziyuan, whose name he did not know, seemed to have some kind of tacit understanding. After the two of them entered Area H1, they would always turn right, never left, and never disturb each other. Sue Lu was already used to this kind of night. He sat on the M-Series prototype and began to concentrate on his practice. Occasionally, in between practice, he would lift his feet up and rest on the alloy frame by the cockpit door. He would drink his hot coffee while looking at the high ceiling and thinking about random things. For example, he was thinking today, if he could find a complete simulation system and connect the sensors directly to the surface of his skin, would it allow the mech to operate faster? This was just a thought. Those systems that were judged to have no future had been eliminated decades ago. Sulu was quite lucky to have seen one in the garbage hold of the ancient clock, but where could he find one in this university? A sudden voice in the cockpit woke Sulu from his thoughts. The cup of coffee in his hand almost fell to the ground a few meters away. "Is the coffee good?" An emotionless voice came from the speaker in the cockpit. Sulu was stunned for a long time before he reacted. He had been in H1 for many nights and had not heard or seen anyone other than himself. He had not heard any other voice. He looked at the light screen prompt and confirmed that it was an internal call from H1. He immediately guessed who the voice belonged to. He subconsciously raised his coffee cup towards the speaker and said with a smile, "Are the onion pancakes good? I saw that you didn't leave any for me yesterday." The voice on the other side paused for a moment, as if not used to this kind of conversation. After a while, the voice said softly, "Is it too boring to practice alone? You want to try it online?" Sulu was stunned and scratched his wet hair. He had never seen the person in the other room before, so he was naturally curious. Although he didn't take the initiative to try to open the door in order to keep his secret, after several days of coffee and supper, he felt that he wasn't unfamiliar with the other party. More importantly, these days of practice made him realize that he seemed to be getting more and more interested in piloting mecha. He also felt that his level was improving a little too quickly. It was just that he lacked a real comparison, so he was not sure how good he was. Looking for a beating? Come on then. Sulu put the coffee cup beside him and clenched his fist. The voice on the other side paused for a moment, as if it did not expect Sulu to say such ridiculous words. There was a hint of seriousness in the voice. "There are not many people who dare to speak to me like this." You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.